Don't you just love Tom Cardy? I know I do. Welcome on in, everyone. Hello, Fox, Rainer, Kiwi, Hoalian, Flame, and Andrea. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I'm Afia. Hello, Sheppy. I hope your internet's all good. All right. I don't know if I want to listen to this play. I don't know if I want to listen to this playlist. I like the walk song. I like some of I like the kitten drink from the Buddha, but I don't know if I want to listen to the other ones. I don't want this either. What? I guess we could listen to it. I don't want to listen to this one. This is all about like video games and stuff. But hello. Okay, that's better. Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good day. Hello, Moon. How late did you stay up playing Hitman? There we go. Okay. So, I just want to make sure we're good face tracking wise. I'm early, you are, and thank you for the streak. Hello, Pixels. Welcome on in. Hide to tray. Okay. I have to do things and stuff today, but my brain's a little wonky. Where'd the bonk go? Oh, wait. It's because I didn't press a button. Hold on. Let me redo that. Hold on. My eyes did the thing, but... Oh. I knocked out almost immediately after you took a break. Oh, fair. Fair. That is completely fair. It's not working. It was working. Bonka, 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 bonk. I do have to... Hold on. I'll fix the thing. Hold on. The only thing that doesn't work is my eyes, but that's because the model isn't synced up. I think. Yeah, it needs to be this one. Wait a bagillion years for it to update? Why do you have to wait a bagillion years for it to update? That doesn't make sense. Thank you for the head pat. Where did Bonkus go? Mismatch eyes. Active trigger on bonk. Okay. I think because it has to be a Twitch thing. Oh my guys, hello. Oh my guys, Andrea. Hello. Hello. Alright, this one needs to get deleted because I didn't mean to. I duplicated. I duplicated the highlights. Ooh. It started updating 11. It's 4. It's only halfway. Good lord. That's a lot. Alright, I'm gonna download those guys and then I need my thumbnail. And then I gotta do things. Yeah. Refresh. This one should be good. That's weird. Okay, well, anywho. Alright, ain't this bad. So I'm wondering what the hell does it do? You could, like, stop it and then restart it to see if, like, it likes it. Like, sometimes internets can have a blip and then it kind of, like, in a way clogs itself up. So, like, you could try that and that might be able to help out. You might VOD archive because I gotta fix. Hi, Stripes. Oh, I have thrice. Ooh. Ooh. Then yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just a beefy game. I hope everyone's having a good day, by the way. Hey, for headbats. I need to eat my meds. My nose itches. I need to move some of these. Next. No. private.
This homeless man won't leave, so I'm spraying him with dirty brown water.
But I'm spraying him with brown dirty water. But now I can stay here and pass the time. Yippee! Thank you for the check-in. I was thinking of this. Couldn't go in here. This can go in my Minecraft folder. I'm trying to remember what else I want to do. I gotta do this. Oh yeah, these are supposed to be up here. I forgot. That's okay. This can be off. It's been good, well, other than my camera cage order. Why did it get canceled? Are they having like shipment issues? Or are they low on stock or something? Boop boop. Honestly, I don't know why. Damn. Do you want me to threaten them with a nuke? Because I can. I don't know what this song is either. I don't really know if I like this song. Yes. Okay, I got you, Pookie. I'll fuck them up. Don't you worry. Yesterday was the 26th. I don't know if I want to listen. Yeah, I'm not really into this today. Next update is at 5. Man. Oh, I want to listen to Laofei. I'm not finishing this song. You can't make me finish this song. You cannot. This how I get quiet when there's no one else around me. Why do I have 2 notifications? Oh, that's whatever. Okay. Look at me that way. Oh, this is what I need. Don't feel the same until you harp about some publish. I no thoughts, and normally I have too many thoughts. That's how it is, especially if you have ADHD. Honestly, that's such a normal thing to have happen. That's what happens to me. I had to talk to my therapist about it because I was like, I'm worried because this happens to me. But she's like, that's perfectly normal. It's the up and downs of ADHD, honestly. An arrow through my heart, and I sound like a but don't. Oh, that's not why. Hello, Oso. Work is going good. I'm just kind of starting for the day. Oh, fuck. Okay, I gotta hide things. I won't hide that one because I don't know why that one isn't uploading. Hide. Da, 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 da. How you doing? Same here. Started on my ambitious. Fuck yeah. We're gonna start our day together. I still have 8 pages of notes I'm organizing. Damn, saw a paragraph for half a second, then gone. Damn. It's okay. Damn bots, now I gotta file paperwork. Paperwork? What are you talking about paperwork? I don't make you do any paperwork. Does Twitch make you do paperwork? Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I've loved you from the start. I have to do some things for Enshrine first day. I was also gonna try the game. I love that game. Pixels really likes. It's a good game. It's a good game. I hope you enjoy it because it's really cool. It's like Elden Ring, but a farm, town building sim. It's really cool. It's really cool. I think you'll like it. If you like Elden Ring, but a little less punishing and a lot more stylized, you'll enjoy it. I gotta refill my meds. Game is cracked and I'm addicted. Chat, he's using the slang. Chat, he's using the slang. He is using the lingo of the modern. I don't think I've ever heard Pixel say cracked. I have never heard Pixel say cracked before. I've heard him say it is crack, not cracked. Beep, beep. Okay. Boop. But yeah, no, it's a really polished game for the fact that it's not even out yet. Did I need these guys? Tuesday, Wednesday. There's a line of crack. Yes, and I was my Alan for the story earlier, and I revamped a bunch of it. Ooh, I'm excited. When's the midnight release? I'll bring popcorn. Okay, that is empty now. Go over there. What are you? Okay, you ready? Oh, this is the one that looks similar. Fuck. It's fine. Also, I need to file my nails because they are annoying me. So let me do that really quick. Also, sometime this year? Fuck yeah. I'm excited. Also, I feel like I think this was what I forgot. I think I forgot to message Star back. Oh, okay. I know. We're good. Okay. I should paint my nails. I might do that after stream today. I was talking to my therapist because she gets her nails done. She had really pretty nails. And it made me think about how I haven't painted my nails in a while. But I think it might be too cold. Because I showed her one of my nail polishes, and I think the shit's, like, frozen? I don't know. It might be okay. Thank you for the alert, Talking Goat! Let me look at this consistency. I think it's fine. I could paint them right now. I'll put on a stim video, because I do want to wait for this to download. Do you guys want fish, or do you want something else? 2 hours of harbor seals. There you go. Once I'm getting the urge to put one of the many words in my heads on digital paper, all the thoughts of said world are gone. Apparently there's a problem about being contempt with it in my head. That's fair. Oh, you know what you could do? Can you talk about it? If you could talk about it, you could record yourself talking about it and then have something transcript it for you. You could do that. I don't have a base coat. I only have top coat. Fuck. I got paid today, guys. I got paid. After 2 months. I finally got paid. And I got approved for my SNAP benefits for another little bit. So I'm very happy. I'm a happy bean. I don't I don't want to listen to Christmas music. Let's listen to this one. I lost my mail file. Money. Listen to my. No, you don't have to listen to it. You would just get like something else to transcribe it for you. And then you wouldn't have to listen to it. Money! Yay, I can pay my bills. I can pay rent. Yippee. My nail chipped in a weird way, and it's bugging me because now I can't make them nice and symmetrical. Speech to text, there's a lot of option free ones. Even Google Docs has a native plugin for TTS or STT. Yeah, you could do that. If you could just yap about it, and then you could just reread what you wrote later. Honestly, I should do that with my dreams because I want to like record to talk about my dreams. Because there was this one I had like it was kind of a nightmare, but like it was really cool. It would have been a really cool book concept, I think. I abuse the Notes app on my phone and then transfer it to my PC when I remember. That's what you meant. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Sometimes listening to your own voice can be tough, but there's a lot of things that can help you take note if you don't want to physically write stuff. Sometimes that's the hard part for me is like actually putting brain thought down on anything legible. Okay, I think my nails are fine for now. They're not like What is a built-in speech to text too? It's really great when it works. Otherwise, you have to fix the spelling for some things after. It's just kind of high in my head, but so deep on the outside. It's weird. Yeah, that's how it is. Your voice is like higher pitched in your head because that's like how I think that's how it is. Like there's something with your like brain that like the way sound travel to ear changes the way your voice sounds. My typing speed, honestly, that's fair. That's also fair. If you like don't type quickly or like you type really slow and it's harder to compute typing to like just talking about it. Also, it's like it's the reverberation. Yeah, that's the thing. I need to eat my meds now and I need to drink water with it. 1 second. And then I will paint my nails because I want to paint my nails. Had the sound shake through the skull. Exactly. See? That kelp is cool. Look how red it is. It's really red kelp. Okay. Here's my nail polish. To beat up my nail polish. Oh, it's so pretty. Wait, I liked that. That was really cute. Wait, hold on. I'll take a picture of that. That was cute. Oh, my thing didn't work on time. No, it didn't work on time. No. No, I didn't mean to do this. Oh, cute. Oh. But it's much deeper than I expect. Even knowing that, my voice, listening to my voice the first time scared the fuck. That's fair. Yippee! 7-day streak. Thank you, Luna, for sharing your streak with me. But that's entirely fair. It takes a long time to get used to. I think it took me like 2 years of streaming alone to get like somewhat used to my own voice. I hope everyone's having a good day. I'm sorry if I'm a little distracted. I really want to paint my nails. I haven't painted them in so long. I think it's because I've been waiting for them to get to a good length because I clipped them somewhat recently and then like because like it's hard when you have like short nails and then you grow out and then like you grow out your nails and then like you have to like repaint them, so I prefer to do it when they're a bit longer. Hi baby, what's your matter, Momosito? Oh, that's your big yawn. That was your big yawn. It also depends on if you talk more from your chest or your head. It's a big thing for both singing and voice acting. This is true. What would you paint them? Any specific colors or designs? So I tend to do like Oh. Solid colors. My favorite though nail polish is this one. It's a multi-chrome from Hollow Taco. That's like it shifts from blue to purple to like a green. It's really nice. It's one of my favorites. Otherwise, right now I have red, like a really nice red, um, a black, and then a blue. I don't tend to do designs because my hands are a little too shaky for it. And I just think a clean, solid color nail ain't never a bad choice. Poor Pixels. Well, I just feel poor for you because it just feels like you're like dadding the cat right now. Yup, Pixel's having to dad the cat. Today has been an exhausting day. Oh, what's up, Swallow? What's the matter? Want to squish the blubber on screen? I thought you guys would like that. I've been wanting to paint my nails. I used to paint them clear to protect them while working with my hands, but these days I want to style. Yeah, I would say Kiwi, if you want a little bit more control, also I think they're just easier. There's nail polish pens where essentially you can paint onto your nails with pen, and I think that's easier for like shorter nails. Exactly what I needed. Fuck yeah, with a little bit of lave. A little hug from chat. Got you, homie. I'm sorry today's been a day, though. Wait, there's a command for there is. There is indeed. I forgot to paint the thumb on my left hand. Get enough nail polish. No. That's actually the perfect hug. Oh my god. Fuck yeah. When the RNGs. It's so uneven, but my nail's kind of uneven on the side, but that's okay. Okay, there we go. I got a nat 20 on how you did. Look, they're cuddling. They like guide me, brother. Oops. I gotta wait for the first coat to dry. I think it did for the other nails, the primary thingies. Hello, Rhino. Stressed as per usual, awake for 30 hours again. Emotional roller coaster where things have gone terrible, then amazing, then terrible, then amazing. Then I went to a mosque and cried for a bit, then went and worked out and treated myself to food and felt somewhat better. And then it rained my whole way home, which was annoying, but also wasn't aesthetic. That is fair. Oh my god. That is an emotional roller coaster of the day. Well, you know what? Even if your day was an unexpected roller coaster, you can be assured that here will always be comfy cozy, if not a little bit silly. Recording this, just chill. That's what I'm saying. They're just vibing. We're all about vibes here. Just like the seals, just like the diver. There you go. Second coat done. I gotta wait for it to dry. A dream job for some, definitely. I really get Shikamaru now. Oh, from Naruto? That's fair. I gotta stop waving my hands around. I keep bumping it on things. That's like my biggest downfall when I'm waiting for like my nails to dry is that like I'll always like bump my nail while it's drying and then it fucks it up and I'm like sad. It's usually on like one of the most perfect nails too. Like I'll be like, that nail, I did that one really good. And then 10 seconds later I'll bump it on something and I'll just be sad. wish I was a cloud just drifting along. Well, you can embody a cloud. Just vibe. Do things that make you happy. Not me, though. Water scares the hell out of me. Deep water scares the hell out of me. It's just like toast always landing butter side down. You always ruin the best now. Yeah, deep water is fucking spooky. With my bank account, I'm practically already a cloud. Do you drive? I presume you drive, yeah? You could do DoorDash? I don't know if DoorDash is a thing in Germany. I think that's where you're from. But any like mobile little side gig could keep you afloat. Okay, second code done. Now, this one's gonna take a little longer, should I? I do, but in the UK you need insurance. Really? Really? It's not just a thing you can do? I mean, that's probably safer, but I did not know that. That's nice. Clouds are heavy as hell, just not dense, hoping your wallet becomes heavy. I like that. Now you need insurance? That's crazy. Oh, what if you do bike delivery, though? You get the leg day workouts, and you get money. In this rainy ass country, wear a raincoat. I have a bike, so that would also cost me. Okay, that's fair. Oh, wait, that was cute. Look at that. It's just like, hey, what's up? He's come to give us a kiss. A little mwah. Oh, he gave us a little. Oh, he gave us another little. He gave us 2 little kisses. Yeah. Of our car, no need for a bike. And that's also fair. Does it always rain there, Swallow? Like in the summertime, does it also rain? Yes, you need car insurance for ride shares, but I haven't heard about it for food delivery. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, he's on shore now. So if you work for your restaurant, if you work for a restaurant, they cover the insurance usually. That makes sense. I want to cook it. Why? Don't cook him. He's a baby. He's a baby. In the UK, we have 60% rain, 30% clouds, and frigid wind, 5% snow, 5% worse heat wave. Damn. Steel would be rubbery? Possibly. It looks yummy. I think they just look like babies. My preferred method of travel is standing on a skateboard holding a leash dog and a dog treat on a stick. Dude, that's so fun. That sounds so fun. I have never had a dog big enough to do that, but that sounds really fun. I also don't know how to ride a skateboard, even though I have it. Steel bodies are slimy and jiggly. And they're just little babies. They're just little blubbery babies. DoorDash on a one wheel here? Oh shit, really? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Alright. Left hand is complete beside top coat. I've done it once, it's amazing. I bet. Look at little baby! Little baby! Hello, Shadow. Welcome on in. Not good for turning, though. At least if you don't know how to skate, that's fair. I put a little too much on this nail. What are you doing? By the way, I'm painting my nails. I'm painting my nails while you guys watch Seals. You guys have to have visual stimulation while I paint my nails because I can't be the visual stimulation for you. Bro, my right thumb is always the most fucking cooked. My left hand just is not equipped. Yeah, post nails later. Okay. My update is speeding up. Go, little bar, go. Let's go. No problem, Kiwi. We'll be here. Oh, little nephew. Are you a lefty or a righty? I'm a righty. I like righty. I write with my right hand. Gotta wait for them to dry. I think I missed one of my fingers, though. Yeah, by the coating, it looks like I missed one of them. Oops. My parents are right, me and my brother are left. That's crazy. Are your grandparents lefties, possibly? Could that be why? Okay, there we go. Now just go wait for them to dry. He was okay. His mom just told him no. Oh, poor baby. It's okay. Auntie Elaine will tell you yes all the time. Unless you could get hurt, then probably not. Thank you for sharing your stream with me, Bex. How's it going? Welcome on in. Me and my brother are the only ones who are left-handed. What about your grandparents? It could be from your grandparents. Hi, Vex. Or your uncles and aunts, if you have uncles and aunts. 4 more, Vex. Hi, Pocky. How are you? How are you, my likely sleepy friend? My God, Kiwi, why'd you have to tell him that? It's like going Amazon's delivering my package to the wrong place and it got stolen. No! And only ones. Only ones? Extended clue. That's crazy. Yeah, Lo, I'm sleepy as fuck. Did you have a good day? Well, you can fall asleep to some seals. Some cute little seals. I'm trying to wait for my nails to dry because I just did them. I have to still put on a top coat, but... There's sleep on algae. Why is the one in the back keeping his tail up, though? Why do they close their tails when they're on land? And you finished some photos. How was your day until now? It was good. I got paid for the first time in 2 months. Since I got... Oh, no, he fell. Oh my god, he fell. No! Look at him. Oh no! Oh no. Oh gosh. I had therapy today and that went great. Painting my nails. Hope they didn't slow down my Xbox. I have some National Geographic in the background. Infinite Seals, yeah. Oh, I can't believe he fell. I can't believe he fell. That poor little guy. I feel like he just got comfy too. You got it, little dude. Slippy algae. He is holding on. He is gripping with them flippers. Thank you for the head pats. Oh. He's just trying to get comfy. He's just trying to get comfy. Thank you for the boob.
Mom, guess what? 6-7.
I gotta stop sending you to your aunt Vex's house, don't I? I need to stop sending you to your aunt Vex's house, don't I? You goober. Oh, that one's a very white seal. They curl. It's like they curled their tails. You watch your mouth, BLT, or there will be consequence. That's crazy. He's just a little guy. I think his feet itches. It looks like his feet itches. Oh, I think he itchy. Oh. Me. That's so weird how much control they have over their tail. It's really cool though. Oh, I should have curved that one more. My nails is like flat because I didn't file it. Oh well. Okay, top coat Tom. Okay. I don't know if it's just me, but I think seal videos with Lave in the background peak. Like the vibes are just vibing right now. From the first time that you kissed me.
Heck you, Dad. 6767.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh. 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 Um. I. Um. uh. I think I have to put you in baby jail. I think I have to put you in baby jail now, BLT. I think as your parent, you can't just be like, heck you, Dad. I mean, I'm not an aggregate against 6'7". I think it's silly, but I think I have to put you in baby jail. I think Canva. Time out corner on the fridge. No, put them up on the top of the fridge. Okay, hold on. I'll get a little fridge.
If you put me in jail, I'll learn but stuff.
What? 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 We have an image of a fridge, actually. And what do you mean you're gonna learn butt stuff? How do you even know what butt stuff is? Who told you what butt stuff is? God damn it. Is it here? For such long. Okay, I found it. Also, let me remove these. Look at me. I'm a freak, but not a public freak. What the fuck? What the fuck? What does that even mean? Poop, but X Games mode? No! No. Hurts to be something. It's worse to be nothing. Oh god, this is not gonna make sense. I'm sorry. There's no solution. I think chant counts as public. Okay. There's a little mixtape. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm not gonna put you in jail, but I am gonna put you on top of the fridge. Even a little bit smaller. You sit up there. Okay, you gotta stay up there now. Cause you're not supposed to say those kind of things to your dad. Hurts to be something, hurts to be nothing with you.
Well, I found a powder cookie, but it tastes dusty.
I don't put cookies up there, man. The cookies just hang out in the cookie jar. That's not up there. What are you doing? What are you eating up there, man? Don't eat things up there. I have to give you like a snack for at least a minute. You know what? You're right. What is Hold on, where did I put it? I don't wait, no, it's like control, right? Wait, do I not have the things on? I might not have the things on. Yeah, there you go. There. No more chopper hat. Mm. 22nd, 23rd. Oh no, I did those right. Okay. Lag free me. Yes, free Vex. I don't lag. Fuck off. Oh no, my frames are dropping. Internet. 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 Why? Internet? We're dropping so many frames! This is what you get for punishing the boy. The boy can't just say frick his father, man. It's not my fault. Bruh. Internet, please. It went to 0 for a second. What the fuck? I just gotta ride this out? Does stream sound funny? Internet? Internet, are we cooked? Yeah, I'm a little cooked. I'm a little no. Bro, this is hella dumb. Five FPS. We get 5 FPS maincoow. 5 FPS maincoow. Why? Steam's not downloading anything. Nothing's. Hi, Orwell. Are we still cooked? If I cancel them? Okay, I think we're better now. Okay, we're better now. Hi, everybody, we're back. It's because I did a silly. Elaine did a silly. Elaine might have done a silly. I may have tried to download my VODs. That's why I did a little frame dance. I did do a little frame dance. That delay is crazy. Is it okay now? Can someone like refresh to see if like it's okay now? My hand is cold. Because Elaine did. It's okay now on my end. Okay. Like the delay's okay. Try fast.com. I hate that it's just fast.com. Well, I think we're okay now. Still behind, but it's catching up. Okay. Yeah, we're okay now. I think it's because I was trying to download VODs. And it was like, no, you're not. And I'm like, damn. Sorry. Okay, we'll work on the work stuff I gotta do then. And we won't download VODs on this computer anymore, I think. I lurk, have fun. Thank you, Orwell. Thank you for the lurk. Sorry if this thank you is delayed. We back? I think we back. You know, another place, see if that yeah, that's what I will do. It's just I was gonna be on this computer to do some enshrine stuff, but I will do that later. It's fine. Oh, I remember why I did that. Yes, I remember. Yes, but the delay is huge. Refresh! Refresh! That says it's still big. Ask people to type specific number in chat to test delay. Yeah, someone type a number. Type a number, please. You need to refresh if you have a problem. There's no delay now. Okay. 1. I left and refreshed. Seems fine now. 1. Headpad. 6-9. No! God damn it. No! Punky, no! Punky, no. 6-7. Guys, I think Pixels doesn't like us. I think Pixels is mad at us.
See, 7.
6, 7. Oh, that's too fucking funny, dude. That's so fucking funny. You know what's funnier than 6, 7, 25? I do like that. That is kind of funny. That's so funny. You just make me laugh. I think I make it green. Not the first time I've tied out for brain rot, and it won't be the last. Goobers. Where did it go? It's down here. It's the old gen versus the new gen Pixels and Vaxstar. The old gen versus the new gen at this point. He loads band cannon while squinting. Update. Eldritch Horror maincoow. Yippee! I'll make this green. There you go. This is this is Pixels Metroid. And I want to turn this off. Oh, that's the wrong one. Pixels, I need your help. I need Pixels' help because I forgot what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing on this. Is there anything else we wanted to put on? Pixels finally got the gun in the horror game. Yup. To be fair, it's really funny, I think, when Pixels is active in chat. Because he's not often, because he's, like, usually, like, working at this time. and so he's got a little bit of a break today, because our boss is busy, but it's just funny. It's funny to see, the kind of silliness. Topic. Pixels, is there anything else you want on this? Background. Can I get an amen for breaks? Amen. Banner shape, please. This one was the icon, but I will make a banner shaped one. I was doing the thumbnail one first. I just didn't know if there was another. Yeah, isn't that you wanted a square one, right? Oh, no, my brain is being silly. Nope, I got it. Nope. I remember. Brands. Banner shape. Icon. What's happening? I'm stuck in eyedropper tool. I'm stuck in the eyedropper tool. Fucking damn it. Okay, there we go. Does it need is it a thin banner or is it a thicker banner? My hand is cold because I had to keep it out for it to dry, but like now my hands are cold. But they're still not dry yet, they're still a little tacky. No, my shoulder. Oh, my shoulder bumped. Let's go with the second size there. Okay. Okie dokie. New from clipboard. There we go. Close. No. And then we want this. My hands are so cold. There we go. At least my good luck update was only at 58%, 5 hours when I got it. Now it's 93 after just an hour. Let's fucking go, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Actually, I need that. Okay, there we go. I need the background. I've been hiding. Should eat soup, but what should I make it? My brain always goes to hamburger, but I don't know. What are you in the mood for? Are you in the mood for anything specific? I want to use this image. This one is 2 hours away. I would say like take your friends and go out. If you're gonna do like Olive Garden, go out and do something, you know? Uh, Otherwise, I don't know. Save as Kickstarter update banner. Got my mom and maybe my brother. I mean, you could do that. Yeah, you could do that. Ooh, how long till it expires? That's a good question. Don't you look at me Gift cards expire. Some do. Not all, but some. Oh, my boobs itch. I can't itch them. Fuck. But yeah, some do. Okay, we're good now. They usually say in fine print. Yeah, they usually do. Okay. All right. No, file new. We'll do this size. And I sound like a loon, but don't. Oh, so fucking cold. Okay. I'll look for a bit to finish up my notes. No problem. I could also kind of want to do that later, so I'll just do this thing now. Update. Where'd it go? This one doesn't? Fuck yeah, then yeah, you could save it for like a road trip, I would say. I'm in a reckless fever, love stuck girl, I tease her. I'd never leave her. That's the job you've done on me, sir. Hosting parties in my mind, I will over time you ruin my world. This is to be a lover girl. Alright, and then I want this to be a rectangle. Made it put my feelings down. Depending in me where to be found. Well, but what do you think? I'm sorry.
Okay.
I
And cold.
yeah. I'm so sorry.
If you like this too much on the one line, what was your thinking with the space up here?
We could change it.
Oh, we could like update it.
We could change it.
We put that at the top and have the space at the bottom.
Yeah. Actually, it's actually a card I can use at 6 different restaurants, but I haven't heard of 4 of them, and the 5th one is just okay in my opinion. Fair? Yeah, you should definitely go to one that you like. Cause like, even though it's a discount, you should still go to one that you like. Cause going to a mediocre one, but also not spending a lot of money on it, sure, it's nice, but it's kind of like, I feel like it's just not as worth it. You want a deal and you want to get good food. Yeah. I can also fix this J so it's not like so out.
Can we try a less saturated color?
Yes. I just made it green because Kickstarter green.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think that's more our line though.
Okay, and then fix this J. Character. And then I think this one needs to be smaller. That looks bad.
Yeah, upsetting is the word I was thinking.
I could also make it a different font.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe don't have the period and then do this as just a different font. Where's our boy? I don't normally use him anymore, so I forgot what he's called. No, the one that's the other font that we use. Hello, Canadian. I'll search my pantry, BRB, no problem. No. It's something quill.
Yeah. Font H, is it?
There you go. Why do they all do this? They all drop case the J. Maybe I could just raise it?
Yeah, that's not as bad as the other.
You can also do a dash
Yeah, that's a little better.
and just make sure that it's centered.
Did you post it on the marketing channel?
Yeah, let me just modify. Nope, that is how. Is that how that is? Yeah, that is just kind of how it is. I will lighten it then. What offends me is this drop shadow. Oh, right, that's not gonna work like that, okay. Out of it. Out of it. Is it because of this? Oh, it is. Oh, okay, then what if we just did this then? I'd seen you before, but you walked through the door. When your eyes reminded me of somebody I used to know. How are we doing here? We're good. Mostly vibing. How are you? How have you been? My bad. I touch your hand. Something in your touch felt shockingly familiar, and I swore I'd seen you before. Oh, I swore I gotta count numbers. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fonts. Voodoo. You asked me to stay. Do we have the thing I'm thinking of? I don't know if we do. King of what could have been, the you becomes home. See before. Let's see. It might be in the art stuff actually. You've enchanted me. I whisper sweet nothings in my ear. My phone is buzzing. Why is my phone buzzing? New York! It was a night date. Do you have the background for this image? Like the paper texture? Boop. Hello again. How's it going? Good. How are you? I like these images. I would like them all in my serotonin folder. Boop. There you go. We're doing good. How are you? What does TRCG stand for? Vibin'? Fuck yeah. Today's all about vibes. I'm making chicken nuggets. Yay! My body is like, okay, we're comfy now. We're so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways. This one, okay. Totally radical car, guys. Is that what that means? I'd fucking, that'd be pretty cool if that's what it stood for. Drown. My uneducated guess. No, that's fair. Hey, any guess is a good guess in my book. In little ways. I'm in the wrong. The random chocolate gamer because I'm a chocolate man, but I also do like cars, so that also fits. It can be whatever y'all want it to be. Oh, that's so nice. I like that though. The random chocolate gamer. That's very memorable. I quite like that. My shit's like lagging. It's pissing me off. I was just curious. I like it when people have fun names. What fucking brush did I use for this? Image brushes. Whoa, what the fuck? Whoa, what the fuck? Whoa. That's cool. Inks. Oh, here we go. I found it. Thank you. Of course. I gotta call out cool when I see it. I need this to be a repeat. No, I don't. I lied. My guess was technically right. Technically, yes. Because I like cars, so I think it works. Totally radical car guy. Hey, you have it be whatever you want it. I mean, technically, you don't gotta change it to anything, you know, technically. Because technically, it can be whatever people make it up to be. And then it's like, yep, that's what it is. I've started something beautiful. Yes, yes, you have. Oh, now only focus on car. JK, I've already done that. I'll be racing more. Wait, do you like actually like race? Like, are you a race car driver? Or do you just like doing street races? Is street racing illegal? I think street racing is illegal. Me and 2 other drivers are going to do a 12-hour endurance race this year. It'll be a first. Whoa, that sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. Well, be sure to take care of yourself because, you know, it'd be bad if you like got burnt out 6 hours through or even like 3 hours through. That's a lot. That's a lot. How are you supposed to survive? How are you gonna eat? How will you eat? Nothing die, nothing touch, only little things I heart tells you that my got nothing to fear. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Comes a thought, I love you. Someone said it harmed me. Something I did. You don't, but we'll take shifts driving, and we definitely be doing more than one pit stop. None of us have done an endurance race, so we have no idea what to expect. Jeez. Okay. Well, be sure to like, you know, beef up for it, cause like I don't want to hear on the news that a streamer died on the race. That sounds so scary. But you promised me that you're going to take care of yourself. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Butterfly Flying Ace, thank you for the follow. I don't know why my alert isn't going off, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Mwah. You don't? Oh. I read that. That took my brain a second. It's okay. Group number if you want. My first day on track next month. Oh, okay. I promise. Well, first day back. Fair. Okay, as long as you promise, cause I don't want you get dead. Getting dead would be bad. I don't know if we have this. To join next week. What are some of your hobbies? I like to draw. I like to do graphic art. I like 3D art a lot. I made my background. I like singing. I like crocheting. I like being a goober. Sorry if I was a little spacey there for a second. I was trying to figure out some work thing and a collab thing for tomorrow. Nick Cully. Oh, baby, I know. Our POV, I'm at your door.
Okay, this one is a goober.
Hello. I am, thanks, Canadian. I am a goober. Hello, everybody. Oh, my goodness. Hold on. Wait, let me wave you in. Oh, my God, I'm on the wrong. Hello, wait. Hello. Hi. Hello, Ruby. How is your stream? Oh, my God. Hi, Wobble. Hello, everybody. Oh, no. Snooze, go away. The ads wanted to come, but I banned them. Welcome on in. How was your stream? How was just chatting? Did you have a good time? I sure hope you did. Hello, welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful time. Welcome. Hello, Womble. How is it? How was your stream? If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us as we vibe to Love and do a little work. Yeah, we played a shrouded fun and yeah, I must run away and make dinner, no problem. Have a lovely dinner, my dear guys. Here, if you haven't checked out Ruby, please go follow. They're an amazing VTuber that does writing and yapping and playing games. Have a good night, Ruby. Wisconsin Bear, welcome on in. Hello, everybody. I am Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I make TikToks about other VTubers, and I work on a D&D 5th edition supplement. But yes. Let me see. Okay, cool. I'm gonna test them tonight, but I'll post it now. I have to do a collab thing really quick. I also have to test these mods later to make sure that I don't forget. Is this the one that I made? Yes. I think it is. Uh, hold on. I gotta see. Does need light? Okie dokie. There we go. And then let me just make sure. I think I just might make a new pack just in case. Go to lab couch. Okay, and then online, and then. Oh, this was cool. Oh my god. It's loading. I gotta do the more company one. I'd like to do the baby ones. I want to do hats. So I want to check that one out. It's the more company. More company download. What's this one? Fashionable company? It's 14 cosmetics. More company cosmetics. Oh, this isn't. Oh, okay. Don't want too many things. Baby Yoda! Baby Yoda. That's 160. That's a lot, though. Face hugger. But they have One Piece stuff. They have One Piece stuff in this. I don't know, maybe. Party hats. They have a lot of cosmetics. I looked up more company and gave us cosmetics. Do 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 do. But I have many images. It doesn't look like it. See top hats, legend cosmetics. Pads was cosmetic. To use with more company. Filter. Apply filter. Sort by download count. We really are. I feel like this one's just good. I think that more hats will be good enough. Simple company. Okay, patient cosmetic. Okay. Then for the reserved item slots, dependencies, reserved slots. Okay. Skinwalkers, master how to mimic. This one. Content. Oh, it looks like I have that one. Lethal things? They store items, 1 enemy, 4 decor. I hear a symphony. Oh. Their stamina. Bar plus. General improvements. Maybe disable range software when dropping things. Scrolling decreases time between placing items. I think that one sounds nice. More blood, rolling giant. Open source implementation of body head camera that is displayed at the bottom of the monitor. Okay. The simple mod attempts to fix footsteps, especially some problems well than especially modded by increasing the number. I think the other one had this. Client side, press F to toggle the most recently held flashlight in your inventory. Press F to toggle flashlight in your inventory. I don't think we need that one. For the night. Have some story logs. Okay. Oh, I would like the snatch and bracken. Oh. Okay. And then baby man eater. And the bring back the baby. And then let me see what else the Shy Guys one had. This is the one I play with my friends. Remove interior fog. That one would be good. Wesley, enemy variants. Disable fog. Push to mute. Very late company. Silly scrap. Okay. Collab couch. Select. And then we're gonna online. Hi, Mew! Very late company. This one's the new one. And then I wanted flashlight. How you doing, Mew? How's your dinner? Just move this. Oops, I turned my light off. This is the ones I forgot I had. Flashlight, but if you want to build awesome. Yeah. Okay, cool. I got Japanese curry. Yum. Also, thank you. Better. This one, I have that one downloaded. Okay, I forgot. I should have written down the ones I was gonna grab. I think it was like Wesley's. Check it. It was Snatch and Bracken. Lethal level, lethal settings. Here's in game. Let's do that one. Lethal settings, because that would be good in case the flashlight mod needs to be changed. Wesley MME variants. I like whenever I'm like, this is for later so I don't bug you, but you're like, no, this is for now. Everything. Well, yeah, Pookie, because you're first and foremost, my love. And I was already doing this. Because when you mentioned, like, we need the codes and stuff, I was like, I also have not replied to Teeny about it. Storeworks. I personally use its brother program or two mod, man. It's exactly the same, just less. Blow. Hello, Taylor. And I thought to ask because Ghost asked me earlier. That's fair. Yeah, I need to do that. So Change profile. I just don't know what is not needed in some of these. Because my friends play modded lethal a lot, but I think they have some that, like, we wouldn't want. So I just kind of did it with ones that I know that I wanted. Go scooch. Thank you. Wesley's enemies. Download. Push to mute. Download. And then silly scrap, because I always like silly scrap. And then I need to add this. Change profile. For update from code. This one continue. Import new profile. Default 2. Okie dokie. It's loading. Oh, wait, no. I'll keep this open in case there's any ones in there that I really like. Or, I guess I think would be good for the mod pack, I think is a better way to put it. Select profile. Okay. And tulip snake shark. Okay. Jetpacks. Fix. Safe solo scrap. Let's use solo experience. Melee fixes. Melee fixes. Weed killer fixes. Oh, this was a lot by Buttery Stancakes. Fixes several problems with masked items and masked enemies. When my iPad is done charging, I'll show you what I want. Yay! I'm excited. Enemy sound fixes. Lethal performance. Weapon EX faster load. Idea fixes runtime icon, generate icons for scrap at runtime, replacing the gear icon. Coal factory lethal fixes, general improvements. I think I got that one. Lobby improvements. Good item scan. Cruiser improved. Okay, collisions for games. Spider position fix. Better lighting. Oh, I forgot the monkey injection lethal. Cause that's 61 in it. I wonder if I should just combine the two, because this one has a lot of optimization ones that I didn't think about. Can I do that? Browse, change game, change lethal column, change profile, clean mod list. Copy, log, file, clone, disable all mods, enable all the mods, import local mod, refresh online. Funky mode? What does that mean? There's nothing like you, look at you go, I just adore you. Can you... or two mod man combine profiles? Good. Bro, just go to the settings or click on the profile location, will take you further, and then drag your client mods with the image. Just make a new pod back that has all the mods. Okay, then let's just do it this way. Change profile. Select profile. Yeah, this one already has. It fixes a lot. See full change list. Hi, Goop. Hello, Norman. Welcome on in. I'm just wondering if this is like last updated 2025. Thank you for the wellness check and the cheek pad. Let me drink some water. Let's see. Oh, pizza probability, vanilla improvements. I feel like the other one, back from Foods. How was Foods? I feel like better vanilla fixed a lot of these, but fixed fog rendering. Oh. How are you doing? I'm good. How are you? Black fog. Remove interior fog. Yeah, what you get? What you get? Master load. Download. Pizza. Pizza, yum. There was a lot of fixes. And then the ultimate flash. Flashlight. Fried rice because it's simple. Fair. I think it was a lead flashlight. This mod adds a third tier flashlight. The elite flashlight, only the best. Make sure the crew doesn't get jealous of you. Download. Tired of buying a new flashlight? This is for you. At the start of each round, puts a pro flashlight into the inventory of everybody that doesn't need. Free inventory slot. Served flashlight. Comparison. Okay, that's fair, but the price of an elite flashlight is configurable in the file. Default set to 50. So I wonder if I could change this to spawn with an elite flashlight. Let me spawn. After launching the game start modded, okay. So I feel like that's enough mods. Hand is cold. I think I'm forgetting like 10 things. I am forgetting like 10 things. Pog. Starter update banner. And then I need this, but I have to new from clipboard, this one, and then let's take this guy. There we go. Okay, now I gotta modify these to be like this. So I want it to look a little more torn on the edges. And then I'm gonna have to redo the damn thing. Or like replicated technically. Who's heading home, baby? Go home now. Yes, your Minecraft hats. Oh my god. Look, guys, I added in Minecraft hats. They have a they have a little honey bear. A little honey bear. It actually did not add as many as I thought it would. You have a few more cosmetics at that point. Back. Lethal config. Does it not have... I thought I added the spawn with flashlights mod. Did I not? Spawn with flashlight by Nomaic. Can I not config this? We go home now. I'm sitting home, baby. Leave the company on randomizer. Okay, I guess we could do this and then I can learn how to spawn stuff. I think that would be fine. How command to spawn item in Lethal Company. Spawn item, item name. Okay. I'll just try it really quick then. Close. Host. Confirm. Crew size 32. What the fuck? It doesn't really matter, but goddamn. Okay, can I do... How do I do the console? And maybe I just type it in chat. Spawn.
First day on the job.
Item name. Spawn item.
Where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your
How do you do
contract.
commands? Available commands.
Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company.
Oh, it's talking to me. Oh. Is that all the suits like? Okay. Well, maybe we could do different customizations. That's fine. How do you spawn items in Lethal Company? How to spawn item in Lethal Company. Is this something I look up here? Elite flashlight. What was it called? It was like, wait. What was it? Elite slash flashlight. Okay. Spawn item. How do I spawn stuff? Spawn man eater in jam. Actually. Oh, do I need a dance? Spawn items. Dance tools. A plugin in the in-game console that allows the host to spawn items, credits, and more to be added. Oh, okay. Nuggies, consume, Hitman started, me happy. I'm glad. Let's do dance tool. Why is there two? Mod manager. I'm not the original creator of this mod. I simply made it compatible with mod manager installs. Okay. Where is the thing? More suits. Sun used to touch you. No summer days, take the same rises the moon. 200 suits. Thank you for the lurk. This is the moon. Oh, shall we realize? Mod packs done. Sort by download count. Too many suits. And more suits add on the end. Suit pages or I can't click the button. Lethal fashion. Close up also has options to greenhouse or suit. The version of this mod. It's a lot more suits. What is this one? Once suits get added to the game, I will update the code accordingly to unlock them. The following suits will be unlocked and available immediately. Your day visited by only comes to say what dream you keep. Okay. I guess this one. Hi, Bunny. Hi, Bunny Bun Cat Girl. Welcome on in. How you doing? Alright, well that loads. I gotta work on this. There we go. Can you get out of my face, please? Thank you. Great, I gotta go to town. Well, my town. Well, I hope going into town is good. No one hassles you. Hope you have a lovely time in town. Apparently living in another one. I got Macca's. Macadonald. Pog. Hope that's delicioso. I love salt and beef. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Confirm. Okay. Did you get any flies? Okay, so now how do I use dance tools?
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot
I need
ship,
this to
where you-
shush. Confirm. Plugins. Dance tool on the side. You need dance tool, which is the asset button for console to work. Currently, there are 6 commands that are usable in the game, and chat commands from the older version. What is this? This can be changed in the config. Okay. Salt fries, yes. Yum. Spawn. Elite flashlight. Help. Item. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I'm back, chat. Hello, Skeletonizer. Welcome on in. I'm not seeing the pro flashlight. Is it the elite flashlight? I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. It's at the bottom. Item. Okay. It was 241 elite flashlight. Okay. Okay, so now I do then item 241. Is that right? Item. Okay, where did it spawn though? Oh, it spawned right on me. Pog, let's go. Okay, cool. That means I can give Ghost the pro flashlight to start with. Let me look at the suits. There's black, there's a bee, there's a pajama suit, and there's a bunch of colors. So everybody can have their own colors. That's awesome. I think that works great. Thank you for the check-ins. Much appreciated. I might work on a little new animation for that today at some point if I have time. Okay, so I think this is all good now. Outside of actually playing the game, I think this is pretty good. I will send this to Mew. Actually, I'll send it to the group as a code. Done. Discord. This one. Can I turn the activity off in this? I do not like it when servers have activity things on it. Guess what, Goob? What's up? Activity feed. Turn that off. Save changes. The place that is of the place I shouldn't show down. I need to do a new role. Apply, confirm. Fried potatoes. Okay, save. Okay, and then I need to give. Yeah, you're pretty cool. Oh, you're a cutie patootie. This is myself. I didn't mean for this to show separately. Oops. I think this is Indie. Is this Indie? No, this is Ghost. I actually didn't need this to be above fried potatoes, couch potatoes. Guess also that's gonna bug me. I could have just done it in here. Fuck. I'm dumb. To think you love for me. One, two, three, four, five, six. Mew, Ghost, Indie. Indie. Thank you for the headpants and the wellness check. Yes. Okay. Ah! I just flashbanged myself. Advertised by me. Here is the code for the mods. I'll do my best to check them later, but it's pretty solid. Okay. Okie dokie. I'll put this over here. Put there. There we go. Okay, dokie. Alright. Good job getting it. Thank you. I'm just happy that I was able to figure out the spawning thing. Because, like, it would have been hard to be like, well, Ghost, we have the mod for the flashlight, but you just can't have it because we're poor. And then it's like a big oof. I'm trying to think. How do I want to do this? I was playing in the toilet. Why was he playing in the toilet? Turly paper. I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to fuck with this. I'm gonna go do it over here. Cause I'm lazy. I don't wanna draw this. He's a babe, but here's a little guy. I guess that's fair. He's just a little guy. Alright. I have a bunch of video editing I still have to do today, but that's okay. It's only been like 2 hours. Took me for a fool. You stole my youth. Art 3D. I think I put it in here. I might be wrong. You got this. Thank you. I think we'll do it like this instead. Okay, so now I know that, and it's like 20 by 1080, which is fine. And then I just need, it might be in here. No, this one. Use low points, high poly, bake. It should be nothing for this computer. Because it's just a flat plane. It literally isn't anything. Okay. And then I want to do base color. I gotta get the reference of this guy. And actually, I'll just open. No, it's fine. Just do it. Oh, stop. I'll do it like this. Open this in this view. And then put on my other monitor. And then take the base color. And this will all just be base colors. There'll never be anything else. And then I gotta do a gradient of this darker color on the edges. And then add a generator, close that. I need this guy. Let's do. I didn't mean to do that there. I wanted to invert balance. I'm here for the digital book binding. Yeah, I gotta. I'm essentially trying to remake this because the artist that made this file did not give us the image, the background for this. Even though I feel like they should have, but that's okay. We just rotate it. The only thing that matters is the UVs at this point. I do want to put a filter on it of they have a painterly filter in this. It's stylization. What do you mean it's not compatible? Fine, blur slope then. There we go. Now we have a little bit of that gradient happening. Focal stem, you got it. Let me move my water bottles in the way. I feel bad. Hold on. I need to go pet my cat. I don't know why, but I miss. Look at all those chickens.
Ah! Ah!
Yep. I gotta go get my cat really quick, so I will be 2 seconds. I'm not gonna go on BRB. I'm just gonna go get my cat. Okay. I missed her, and I felt bad because it's such a gray day, and she was by herself in the kitchen or in our dining room area because she has a bed out there, which she really likes. But I don't know. I feel like she could be a little lonely. Okay, and then we need another one of these. And a lighter color. Yeah. Add a black mask. Add a fill. Add a dirt. Actually, do you have like splatters? Mm-hmm. Filter sharpen. Sharpen. I didn't even do anything. Oh. Oops. That's just not what I want. Like that. And then I need another layer of this. But I need this to be like speckles. Like this one. And then contrast. And I'm gonna shift it in the tone a little bit. And then I think I need this guy again. So we're gonna remove those, and then we're gonna do something more like this, I think. I'll rotate him a bit less of it. Make it like a little bit darker, I think. Make it like a multiple. Oh. multiply, and then I'm gonna shift it over. That doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. None. Normal. There we go. I wonder. I don't know if it would work, but it'd be very interesting if we could have it work. Let's have it be a base color. Let's bring it in. I'm wondering if I could levels it enough where it removes the darker bits. Ooh, clamp maybe? No, not clamp. I think it is a levels. Image. Levels. Base color metallic of his height. No, that doesn't work that way. Okay, it might be better to do it on this side then. And then I'm just going to... like that. And then going to gauge and blur the or blur direction would be better. I don't what blur slope. $1,000. Not a bad streak. That is a very good streak. Holy shit. Very nice. Good shit. Good shit. Thank you for sharing that with me. Colors. Luminosity. RGB colors. Red, green, blue. Oh, I don't know what this would be. Because that makes the whole thing darker. Nice. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, Rhino. I guess it would technically be a red. No? What would this be? I feel like it's not luminosity. Okay, you know what? Because I don't know. And because this is our studio's art, I'm just gonna keep fucking with it. Can I use stylization on this? Okay, it lagged the computer a little bit. Hand painted. Painter Lee. Cell shading? Wow, they have a lot of these. The weathering is looking good. It's because I took it from the image. I took it from the artist's image. Cavity, brushstroke, smoothness. Let's actually keep up the smoothness. Wouldn't it be like orange since it's just like brown? I mean, I'll tone it down. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Actually, it's fine. I just want... kind of just want the background, really. Eh. I'm so sad we never got this background. The background of this page is just so fucking nice, and we never got it. ASAC for it? No, ASAC for it. Okay, what do we think of that? Oh, no, edit. Redo. Can we just make it like a little bit bigger? I just don't want any words in it. Did the artist just stop responding? No, their contract ran out. Cause we were like, what was our size? I think we had like 5 artists at least on the team, and now we're down to 1 because we don't have enough money. So I'll message Zach, cause Zach's a good guy, so he might just let me have it. He's always Zach, right? He's always Zach. Right? Oh, I spelled this name wrong. No, I just don't think we ever got the working file for it. That's why I'm like. Where'd he go? Message. Hey, it's Elaine from Enshrined. I was wondering if you had the raw background. The background. You can. The connection. Watch, they message me back immediately. And then I cry. Only if I could stand up, my heart is you. Rolling. This one made it orange. It is. I don't want it to be orange though. My baby and her, tell me what my heart is worth. So many times to be my, you shine here. I love is mine, all mine. I love mama. I like this a lot, but I'm gonna have to do some changes with it. Oh my god. Okay. This needs to be a pass through. Oh. There we go. Rejected affection. Maybe this is just not the mode of it. And damn it, it's kind of weird. Actually, could I just take this and lower it? And then do an HSL on it? Oh, you mean the pages section or the open page? I'll take it to the both? It's easier. in love this time. It did happen. They messaged me back like immediately, so I'm crying a little bit. Ooh, that hue is like too strong. Just wanted it to be a little bit more brown. Okay, can I make this more brown? Nope. Okay. Just don't want it to be so orange. Okay. Can I just put this on here? Oh, love's often. So yeah, that brings it out a little more. Okay, cool. And then I want to do like a sand. A sand with this and black mask. I need something super grainy. Grunged or thin. Can I do like a slight? A little bit darker. Is this not darker? Oh, whoops. Okay, cool. I got a base like book texture because I think Zach's gonna send me the one. So, paper test. I'll just call it the paper test. Okay. What is the enshrined Instagram? I have to go to the bathroom. I think it's. I have to go to the restroom so bad. My bladder's very mad at me right now. Oh gosh. Okay. I will be right back. I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll be back, and then I'm gonna continue working on work, and then yeah, and then we'll do video editing. Yeah, video editing out. Piss girl. I'm going. have been times where I thought about bookmarking, binding, then I'd watch videos and consider the cost of tools, presses, etc., and decide it's too much work unless I'm going to go into production now. Cheaper to grab some books from the used bookstore, craft up a cover to make. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. It says in the URL. Okay. Oh my god. When I went to the restroom, I fucking opened TikTok. The first thing on my fucking For You page was this guy that made something really cool, and it pissed me off because I'm like, how dare they be so creative? And it pisses me off. Let me go to it, please. TikTok is such a bitch on here. It was this. Jaren draws. Follow. I think he might be live right now, and I'm gonna go in there and be like, hello. No, he's not. Damn. He's really cool. He's really cool and makes cool stuff. It was yesterday. He was live yesterday. Oh yeah, Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays. Yeah, that makes sense. But look, he made this cool thing where it like shows work and it's fucking cool. It pisses me off because it's so cool. Okay. Hello, maincoow. Hello, my name is maincoow. I killed my enthusiasm. Prepare to die. Welcome back. I hope you're staying warm. I am. It's not too cold here in Oregon, luckily. Oh, but no, it's pretty good. Hope you are doing well as well, Cole. And thank you for the check-in, by the way. Okay, so we could do this. I could also wait till Zach sends me the image, which I will do both. I will wait and I will do the thing. I need to go in 2D. And I need copy image. This guy. I need this monstrosity. Multiply. Oh, that works so good with the multiply. Ooh. Oops. This is the borders. Down here we got the Arctic Blast. 3 inches of inch with 3 inches of snow. 3 inches of inch and 3 inches of ice with 3 inches of snow sleet on top. 4th day in and it's not melting yet. It'll melt. Eventually. Eventually, you know, it'll melt. It'll be great. It'll be pull gators. I need to do a levels adjustment on this guy. Create clipping mask. And weather folk are predicting another round of sub-zero temps. Damn. Unfortunate. I am sorry for your loss, but I am sure it will warm up soon. Oh, wait, why did we keep eyeballs? Why did we lose his eyeballs? No! We lost his eyeballs. He would have been so cute with eyeballs. Fuck. I'm so sad. Oh. Pixels heard me. It's now telling my boss. Yeah, I'm mad about the eyeballs. What do you mean? They were so cute. They were so cute. They were so cute. motherfucker. They were so cute. They were so cute. They were so adorable. You got taken from me. I don't even know which one we're using. This is why I can't make decisions at our company, because I make everything too cute. But it would have been funny, because, like, it would have been cute. And then it would have been like, I'm gonna eat you. Its eyes could have been those weird, like in the snake from the snake eyes from the Jungle Book. The snake eyes from the Jungle Book. That would have been so cool. These weird, like, hypnotizing eyes. It would have been so cool. And they didn't do it. Hypnotoad? That's what I'm saying! It could have been really cool. But I didn't know, and I didn't get to say because I didn't know because I wasn't looking. I hurt my own feelings. I've hurt my own feelings. That's great. It would have been so cool, though. It would have been so cool. It would have been so cool. It would have been so cool. Is this not 100%? Oh, is it because... Oops. Just want to erase all these extra ones. So even if we might not use this one, it'll still be cool to have like a thing for it. My feelings are hurt. Oh, it would have been so cute. Do you think of some of those creatures that live in lightless caves, so they're albino, white, and blind? Yeah, it's meant to be a blind creature, so it's like, it's not wrong. It's not wrong, it's just not right either. He could have been so cute. I think we're going with a little bit of a different design than this one, but still. Wait, why are these different? Gamma 1. Reminds me of Helena's note from Ark. What does that mean? I think that might have been a little different, that's why. That's okay. Then I'll just fade this one, I think. I might do like an overlay afterwards. I gotta do a thing in R2Modman because I am a dumb. Caution proof lost enemy spider. Where is it? What is this? That's just an axolotl. Why is his head like that? That's a Will axolotl. I don't see it in here. Better lighting. Oh. I need that one. I don't see the rolling giants in this one. She was a survivor who scientifically kited all of the dinosaurs on the island, and her writing sketch is a lot like what you're doing. Oh, okay. Okay, bet. Wait, Helen notes arc. Bet. Thank you. This was yeah, like we can yeah. Note the island. Cuz this is kind of like what we're going for, so I feel like we should definitely take from this. I will hyperlink it. Muffin Dad at 4D pixels. I was that are layout for beasts. The bestiary reminds them of Helena's notes from Arc. Be a fun inspiration. Google search. If you want realm parchment paper from a print shop, you can age them a little bit. Yeah, yeah. You used coffee. I want like a cool screenshot so they're more sold on it. Yeah, this one. There you go. There you go. Wait, can I copy this image? Alright, now go back to 2D and I gotta grab more images. I think we have a sketch of the light mass tree. Where is it? Did we not just have a sketch of the light mass tree? I thought we did. I'll take these guys. I use these guys. I like this guy. He like a bird. It's funny. Oh, I didn't mean to erase that part. I do want to rasterize this one though, because I want to move this guy over here a little bit. We can make them like smaller. So that way they're kind of like taking up like a corner of it. Oops. This is a cute song. No. Make them a little bigger. Nice. If you go to the Steam webpage, you can game notes accompanying the images. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes. Oh my God, thank you. All right, I will also add that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will add that as well. Steam list with all notes. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, that might help our artist a little bit because we are doing like kind of like bestiary notes a bit, so that could be helpful. Like this one looks so much cooler because of like the like color burned nature of it. I don't know how it did that, but the other ones didn't, but I think that's okay. But I think this will be good because I don't know when this needs to be. Sketches. I don't know when this needs to be like done by, so enshrined Kickstarter updates. Nothing's new. And that guy, and then file save as Kickstarter updates. Page. Close. Yeah, I need to do this. Kickstarter updates. Mm, 40 pixels. I used to make images like that with brown sepia ink on parchment paper for games. Brown ink is cool. Brown ink is very cool. I think it's an underrated ink color. Brown paper. Starter update. Okay. I made myself a checklist of stuff that I have to do today, and I don't know where I put it. Oh, it's right here. 'Cause I have finished nothing, I think, on that. I need to send Kiwi the sketch of their character. I didn't finish it yet, though. I don't have the clothes or anything. Okay, I'll have to do that today. Sorry, Kiwi. We're gonna move that to tomorrow. This to tomorrow. And then I have to do video editing today. 1 second. I'm gonna be out of my face tracking zone and my mic zone. I was just saying sorry I haven't gotten the sketch done. I can show you an update of it really quick. I'll send it to you in DMs. I after stream I sketched a little bit of how I want the drawing hand to be. And I think it's cute. I had to fix the elbow and I haven't done any of the hair or anything yet, but I thought it was cute so far. But I will send it to you. There was also another variant where the hand is more like ham-fisting like a child, like a child with a crayon. But I thought I'd make it a little bit more elegant. But I'll send it to you. And you can let me know if you like the proportions or not. Cool. Okay. And brown ink can look most like an old like the old gall ink. What is gall ink? What does that mean? What is gall ink? Okay, what is tomorrow? It's January 28th. 26. Okay. I have to tomorrow I'll have to actually do the devlog. Devlog edit. I'm gonna start that tomorrow. Book layout. And then I need an eraser. Ha! Oh, fuck. Did I lose my eraser? Oh, my fucking tablet's gonna fall. No! My eraser's gone. I hope to God my cat did not steal my eraser. I could see her chewing the shit out of an eraser. Oh. Where did my eraser? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's at my desk. Fisting the pen would look funny. I think it would be a fun little touch that makes you a bit more like youthful. But I do think people might be like, "Why are you ham fisting that pen? Aren't you a writer?" And then it might be a whole topic. I don't know. You might want to keep it because it's funny, but like either way, it's up to you. It's your character. I'm fine with it either way. I just wanted to give you the option. I'll show you it later though. I think I still have the layer for it. Iron Gall ink is a historic purple-black or brown-black writing and drawing ink made from iron salt, ferrous sulfate, and tannic acids, tannins. Extracted from plant galls used from the 12th to the 20th century, it is known for being inedible, light fast, really light fast, huh? I learned what that was recently. And for having a bitten in quality on parchment paper. Ever seen trees with a lump? Sometimes they are caused by insects messing up under the bark. It becomes oh. Oh. So they have poor technique. Fair? Fair? Hey, man, I can switch it back. And if later we wanna make a nicer one, we can. But that's cool. That's cool. I think it's really cool that it's light fast. Where did my pencil go? Oh, there it is. Oak apples, iron sulfate water, and gumbar. Usually gum arabic. That's so cool. I didn't know that. Finish. Kiwi. Sketch. And then tomorrow will be video edits. To maybe. It's one's a maybe. That's cool. The more you know. Thank you for telling me that information. Alrighty. Poggers. Okay. Giant. Rolling. Down. Source code. Should be good. Why was you so much in replicate? Oh, that makes sense. No, that makes a lot of sense. No, that makes sense. Cool. That is cool. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I have to go to the other computer now. Trying to turn it on. There we go. So much shit on my desk. I'll have to clean it later. Is it turning on? I don't think I clicked it. There you go. Alright, this one's gonna go. I can talk to you. I don't see you. Ooh. Okay, and then I can do this. Cancel. Oh, no. No, don't open Steam. No, I didn't mean to open Steam. Exit. Okay. There we go. Kiwi streaming. Oh my god, perfect timing. Oh my god, everyone's still streaming. Okay. Let me complete all of these, and then we're gonna do. I'm gonna make sure the enshrined video is done. So let me look at it. Video editing, enshrined, world building, current. This one. This one was done. Okay, cool. And then redirect and well, which this one has the speed paint in it. Yes, but we could skip the light mass plant. Skip. Because we don't have speed paint. Okay. Okay, this one, which I need to record the script for it. This is going to be 2. Okay. Skip. Okay. Which one is that? A1, B1. Mono. What? 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 Should be B1. Right? Yeah. Open volume mixer. Input, out B3, out B1. That should be. Wrong one. Why? Oh no, it's working in the Windows thing. Maybe I need to reopen Audacity. I mean, worst case scenario, I just record it on the other computer. Okay, that's fine. I'll just record it on the other one really quick. Okay. Okay. Recording device, wavelength. Okay. Headwind Studios is making a world of mythic horror that will unravel the way you think of the world around you. Okay, cool. After funding our Kickstarter, we've been deep in the trenches on creating a world that may sink its teeth into you faster than you can take your first bite. We've researched topics well known and those in the grimy pits of the internet to find inspiration for each location, creature, character, and adventure that we are creating. From the depths of the swamps to the industries of the beaches, From the depths of the swamp to the industries of the beaches, we're carefully carving our world to fit the vibe that we've envisioned. This includes a detailed flora and fauna ecosystem for each. With that said, we're still actively developing the world of Enshrined, which you can check out in our Discord and let us know any feedback or ideas that you might have. Cool. Export audio. Would be one. Okay. The steak. Yeah. Loot goblins and hoarders of magical items, come close, come near, as I tell you the tale of this week's entity. The stake, found within the regions where the anchors reside, is a sword that may have unexpected traits. Though this stone sword is as long as a greatsword and as many times wider and thicker, it is feather light once picked up. So even your tiniest party member may wield this like guts. It resembles a sword, but if it is a weapon, it's a very odd one indeed. The edges do not appear sharp, but there is a sense that they can cut in a different way, a severing of concepts and ideas as opposed to the flesh and bone. Deep cracks run along the blade of the stake. It is unclear how deep they penetrate. This mystical item can be part of your campaign today. Join our Discord and find out how to grab our free playtest of Enshrined. EOW2. Oh, and then I gotta take those and put those over here. And now I can go back here. Yeah, I'm sure you're working on the second one. Okay. That just means I'm going to be removing this. And track mono. Track down. And this one. Steak. Team of the week, this one. Ah, it's doing the thing that it does. Frick. There you go. I think I'm just gonna bring in this beginning bit. So it's And then, so if we do this. Yeah, I'd rather have this be at 0. Right? Yeah, and then this one can just get boosted. So. Track down. And then I'm going to create a new subtitle from audio. Okay. Woo. Goblins. And hoarders. Is that how I spell hoarders? No. Goblins and hoarders. Oh. We'll see. Okay. Move these guys. Entity. Okay. Then, oh, I guess I don't need to add track because it'll do it for me. Um, and this one. Oops. Snap captions. Been on. Oh, nope. AOW text. Enshrine. Select track 1. And hoarders. And hoarders of magical items come close. Come near. Come close. As I tell you the tale of this week's entity. And then settings, we're gonna go to enshrined. And then create captions. Cool. Delete track. Save. So wait, so then this one needs to be already edited, so edited. This is edited as well then, I think. Okay. Okay, I just need to... Okay, I need to render out this guy. Browse. And then... T2. Now I'm just gonna move these in here. And then render all. Render. Okay. EOTW2. Yeah, all of this should have been put in a dump folder, but that's okay. I guess I could do that now. Dump. Playtest images. Wait till that's done. Hello, Condemned. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? This is taking a while, huh? Oh. Okay, these go in here. I like that. That's good. Just gonna remove this ending. Thanks, Elaine. Thank you, Jayla, for hanging out. Well, went to the doctor for a blood test, and now I have 3 more appointments. Ain't that how it always is, though? Clip operations relink. It's usually how it normally is. But I'm sorry you have to go back. Save. And to strike the rune Dracton, which is a little bit loud. Let's make this 0. Cool. Save. Close. And then I just need to do that over here. Does this not have a dump folder? It doesn't. At least it's free. That's fair. You want to get your health in order at the cheapest time possible. So if it's free, might as well take advantage of it. EOW1. There we go. And then EOW1. Add a render code. UK healthcare. Add render 1. Da Vinci. And then world building 1, yeah, okay. And then go to enshrine. This one. Link video editing. Oh, this one. Cancel. Whoop. Clip operations free link. And then we go to rune director wall. Select folder. Huh. Yeah, I know. Cancel. Should I buy something in the school food court or should I wait till I get home? Close in about 30 minutes. Do you like the food at the food court? Because if so, then you should go and eat something at the food court. If you don't like what's at the food court, don't rush yourself and just find something when you go home. Click operations. Relink. This should be a dump. I don't know why I put them in here though. Cancel. Okay. Select folder. Cancel. Relink. What? Where the? Oh, right. Click coverage replace. Dupe. Okay. Relink. There you go. Now it should be okay. Yeah, we already have the 2 done. Yes. Ready. Make this a dark green. Firewall. Ready for post. Scripted. Wait, that's not this one. Okay. Save. And then the one I actually have to edit. Rune dragged in the stake into the template world building. Is it this one? Is this the template? It says it's the template, but it's got stuff in it. I think it's this one. I think it is this one. Okay. Version control. Close. That one. And then I'm going to edit this one. Read to edit. Okay. And then if this is the template, we need to remove the unnecessary stuff. BT. This is the background BT24. Replaces the clip with world building. That's this one. And then...
Mom, can I please come down? It's really dusty up here. My eyes hurt.
Of course you can. Let me just... Boop. Oh, I guess let's do this one. Boop. Boop. There. Now you teleported down. Do you feel better? Just don't insult your father, man. Listen, you can insult me all you want. I'm your birth giver, and I'm like kind of cool with it. But let's try not to insult Dad, okay? Building 2. Save. I want to just make sure. Chopper hat earned back? Yeah, I can do that. I really gotta get, like, I really gotta put hotkeys on the other computer, but I just don't. I'm lazy. No, I gotta wait for my, okay, there we go. Turn it off. I did. There you go. I gotta turn that back off, though. Beep. There you go. Okay. This one. Because I want to make sure. World building 2, Eldritch. New folder, dump. WB. Relink. What's not yours? What's not yours? Cancel. Relink. Oh no, replace this one. Okay, and then I'm just gonna make sure that this renders out correctly. I'm presuming we don't need these. World building 2. Actually, this is world building 2. World building 2. Cancel. Oh shit. Replace this one. There we go. What's not yours? And what's not yours? And what's not yours? What's not yours? What's not yours? What's not yours? Alrighty. World building 2, world building 3 is magic, which I have to change this to 3. And I really need to remember to put a dump folder in this. Because if I don't, then I'm just gonna forget. And then I'm not gonna remember to put footage in these. Okay, so that one's good. I wish I could. Project backups. I wish I could, like, change what the thing was on this, but I kind of understand why it's like this. Rename. 2 underscore. I don't think we need this, like, in the front. Oh. Okay, that's fine. Save. Replace world building Eldritch. And then I need... Oh, I need a different image. I gotta browse the 2D channel. I could just use whatever the images that I'm using. Yeah, that would make sense. What's not yours? What's not yours? What's not yours? Save image as video editing, enshrine, world building, save. And then Building this one, this one. So this will be the background. Yup. But I want it to start here. What? Oh, I see. Let's do this one like this. So now it'll be like, okay, cool. And this goes in here. Okay. And then clip operations replace. Wait, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. Move. Move. And then we want the thumbnail. So I have to open Affinity then. No. Building thumbnail plate holder. Clip operations replace. Save. Save, close. File, save product as WV1 underscore. One underscore world building. And then we need clip operations replace this one. And then VD2, EOW. We rename this guy to be WB template. Close. And now we can bring this one back in. This one. There you go. $35 seconds. 5. Or not what I meant to do. Okay. Oof. one. Just need this. That works. And then this. So get screwed with this. Cool. Hello, tungstenrat47. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Why is Stream Elements not being my friend right now? Do I have to like relog into it or something? There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. I hope you're having a lovely day. Ooh. Boop. Cool. I lock that. Make me feel at night. Okay, so ready for a post. That one's ready for post. Now we're like a good week, good bit ahead of time, which is awesome. Oh. So I just gotta do that one, and then I can do my own videos. Hood. Wind. Creating beaches. That, and then we can do that. Add track. Thank you for the wish you well. I hope that you're having uber wonderful day, Rui, and that you're having the utmost wonderfulest time, and that you have a wonderful day and you don't freeze your little tuchus off if it's cold, or you stay cool if it's hot where you are, because it could be. But welcome on in. How's it going? Oh, there we go. Trading Mm. This one. That will. And then. World of mythic horror. That will the world around you. This one, this one, this one. I want this to be this transition. Oh, right, I forgot. Gotta have enough on both sides. Page curl? No, cross dissolve, right? Yeah, so headbands use. I wouldn't mind using this one. I need another track though. Apply. Oh fuck. I forgot. There we go. Now we can add a cross dissolve there and the page curl there. Okay, and now I need this to sync back up with this. Okay, after funding our Kickstarter. Kickstarter. Yeah, and then if I go here, and then I go to video, and I go to new, and then I go maybe like this. Yes. I might have went a little too slow on this, but that's okay. Okay, I think that's good. Close world building this one. Ooh, this PC. Thank you for the wellness check. Hope you guys are drinking water too. Don't let me be the only one drinking water now. That would be very upsetting. Clips remove. And then I want the cropping of it. But Lane does not know if this is the same size or not. It is. Okay, cool. But then, can Elaine do like a 3D effect on it? I got Gatorade Zero, hashtag not sponsored. That works. Does Diet Root Beer count? Have you had any water today? It depends. Have you had any water today? After working on our Kickstarter. On a world. So, just gonna put a marker there. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna get some water. God damn it, Vexed. Okay, I'll say it's okay only if you have a good bit of water. Because you can't just be drinking fucking root beer all day long. I have dilating juice. Okay, that's fair. You were at the hospital, so I don't think... Yeah, I think that counts. You were at the hospital. If you were kind of bleg at the hospital. You know, doctors can take care of you. Okay, I should have done like 400 maybe. Diluting. Hospital is airport rules. What's that mean? What does that mean? Okay, I drank a cup of water. Thank you. Okay. Also, this needs to be playback, render cache smart. And then this, I want to give it like a 3D. 3D. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. What does paper edge do? Ah. Okay, that's cool. I got panda in a food court, but there was no fortune. What? No fortune cookie? What? You can wear? Well, listen, Pookie. Listen, Pookie. We ain't no hardware store, alright? You gotta spell wear correctly. You want, eat whatever you want and drink whatever you want, whenever you want. I guess, but like, at the hospital, yes. But also, please spell wear, right, Pookie? You can't be doing this stuff. Filters. Camera shake, film damage, vignette, split toning, grid. No. How do we do this? How do I do this? Do I do a rotation angle on it? Is that what I do? Cropping, retain. Ah, shit. Girl, I can't spell shit. Bruh, you gotta at least try. Had a smoothie? Smoothie works. Smoothie has water in it. I want to do like a fisheye thing, I think. Can I do that? Is that something I can do? I don't know if that's something I can do. Trans? Lens deformation. Effects. Lens deformation. Yippee! Why is it not keeping the same crop though? I needed it. Nah. Fuck. What about Warper? What does Warper do? Show all handles. That's not what I want. Wait, can I do it like this? Can I do a lens distort? This way? and then do a transform that has cropping. Boop. There we go. There you go. And I can transform. I'd have to transform this guy. Creating a world. Creating a world. Almost like it's teeth. And then I want to do dog bite scene. Need dog bite scene. And then this guy, this guy, this guy. And then you faster than you can. First bite. And then actually I need. Is this the page flip? I hope it is. So I'd like this one to go here. Is a cross dissolve. Fuck. The other page flip is over there. Give it. Give it. Bruh, please. Alright, you know what? You know what? I'll just grab it myself. I don't think it's any different page curl. Google search stock. I think this is silly. I want this one. I have found another resource. Which is Pixabay. Pixabay now does more easy stuff. Okay, cool. And then we'll go here, we'll go here, we'll go here. Oops, not that one. This? Yeah. Um, well known, and then I can start removing these guys. Rose. Grimy pencil the internet. Let me see. The grimy pits. I think Monk might be a good. It's free my mind. Cross dissolve. Maybe this one should be a page curls because it's a contrast. Oh, not that one. This one. Might have wrote too many words for this. 143. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Take your first bite from depths of the swamps. I think. Let's see. Take their first bite. We've researched topics and location each creature we're going to make. So we're creating. We are creating. And then if we took the rest of this and then scooted it in, it might be better. Because I feel like maybe I'm doing just a little bit too much. Delete me. What? Okay. Let me just. Oops. Oh. Swamps. And to the industry of the beaches. Okie dokie. The industry of the beaches. We have a beach. This one. To the page curl, and then we can do the crosses over here. Let's just move these guys out and then put this in here, put that there. Carefully carving. Carefully carving. I'm looking at games to buy, and one review is my parakeets love this game, and they have severe ADD, but are totally transfixed on the TV when playing. I thought that fucking amazing. What game is that? That's amazing. That's an amazing review. If my pet adored the game I was playing, I'd be like, yo, dog, best game ever. Okay, so what? It becomes less than. Oh no. Okay, so this one becomes like a 25-second video. I think that's better. Hey, maincoow, holy crap, thank you for the video shout. Oh, of course. Oh, of course, Dead Sun Prime. Guys, go follow Go follow. Oh, fuck. I forgot. I'm on the stream PC, so I gotta do this over here. Go follow Dead Sun Prime. They're a really creative. You saw the video we made, so it's not like I need to talk about them more. But please go check them out if you haven't. They're an amazing 3D creator. They make video games for a living. We love video games here. Why wouldn't you hang out with them? But yes, please go check them out and follow them if you haven't, and give them lots of love because they're fucking amazing, dude. Makes me think I should work harder. Your 3D scenes, man, make me jealous. Make me jealous. Make me want to make my 3D background more interactable. But that would, I think, take an arm and a leg from me. And I only have 2 arms and 2 legs. But thank you for popping in, and hello, and I hope you're doing well. We're just doing videos for work. Ew, why did it do that? Why does it do this little white border? I found out why. Because I'm a goober. It helps when they grow back, definitely. Unfortunately, my limbs don't. I can transform into other things, but like I can't grow back limbs, unfortunately. But I know that you can, so you know. I was modeling cow the You are modeling. Can I see? You can post links in chat. You can post links in chat. Can I see your cow? Can I see the cow that you made? Wait, why did I do a page curl here? That doesn't make sense. So we're gonna go back and put our crosses off. But I hope it was fun. I saw your. I will post it. Yippee! I saw the little octopus you made. That's your profile picture. It's really cute. Cool. And then we need another page flip to go here. I love making people's day. I love just talking about other people. It's the best. It's the best pastime. I'm too zoomed in. Also, I like Steven Universe, but I want to listen to something else. Is our day list? Oh, it has changed. It had changed. What is this? What is this song? It says, "Girl, you need a shot of B12." This is from American Dad. You're the best. You're the best. My chat's the best for hanging out with me and watching me be a goober every day. Fuck yeah, this play looks pretty good. Next update at 9. Oh, so it's not. It changes every few hours. Yeah, B12, man. B12. How don't you usually stream? 2 to 10 p.m. PST. Sometimes earlier if I'm not feeling great or if I'm tired. Some days my energy bar is low, so I'll like stream sooner, but like, or a stream for less. But usually it's 2 to 10. Unless I want to go. Usually it's because I want to go play a video game off stream, and that's when I leave. And I'm like, I'm gonna go do something else now. Shot B12. Yeah, I streamed for a long time, so you could honestly take a nap and come back. I want to see this. Let me see this. Look at the baby. Look at that baby. Oh, that son. You should take. Shut up. You should take a front picture of it. Like, you know how, like, animals... Hold on, I have a whole pic. No, not on this computer, though. Hold on. Fuck, hold on. Front view pic of animal face. You should do one of these. Oh, fuck. No, like a FaceTime. Animal FaceTime. I'm B11. I'm in level B7. Just catch me. Yeah, you should do one of these. Oh, fuck. Wait, my head's in the way. Do one of these. I fucking love these. I feel like any of the animals could do it, honestly. But I love the cow, so I pick cow. But you don't have to, but I just think it'd be funny. What's this one? I don't know what this song is. Rivers is a vampire. And The Chemical Romance is in this. So is Hysteria, which is really cool. I don't know what this playlist is on, but I'm kind of here for it. That'd be funny. It's for a UFO game where Chad will abduct the animals? Yo, that's so cool! That's so cool. Yes, the game title. Yes, I did see. Hold on, let me go back. Hold on, wait. Back. This one, Drova Forsaken Kin. I'm gonna be honest. I honestly thought that this said Forza, like the racing game, and then foreskin is how I read that. That's why I think I didn't comment on it, because my brain immediately went, "What? That's not what that says." Am I illiterate? Yes. Welcome, Korea. But that's what I read it as. But it looked like a cool game. I'm sorry for the disrespect of saying the name wrong. Not recommended, but the parrots liked it. Rude. But yeah. I'm sorry. That's why I don't think I commented on it, because I was processing the fact that my brain was like, that's what it says. I'm like, no, it's not. We're carefully carving. What is careful? What is careful? What is careful? What is careful? This one? This video, this little trailer sequence is pretty careful. Because he's trying not to get fucking eaten, so this one might work. That we've envisioned. I think this one, that the vibe that we've envisioned. That includes detail. Oh fuck. I keep forgetting that I need like a little bit in the beginning and a little bit at the end, so that way I can do transitions correctly and to copy and paste the position. Vision, and this includes a detail flora and fauna. I want to use images from the 2D channel because I'm okay. Why didn't we put a spoiler on that image, man? That's gonna freak me the fuck out every time, and I have to look in the 2D channel. I'm okay. I'm okay. Ooh, you know what would be good? Actually, gallery. Where is it? Where are the flint beak? This one. Yo, I didn't know I could play Slay the Princess. I heard Slay the Princess is really good. You should play it if you haven't. I've seen a lot of my friends play it. And by seen, and I mean I lurk in chats because I'm a YouTuber and that's what I do. For each. This is going to be a really long clip. Detailed flora and fauna ecosystem for each. I think we could mix a little bit of this in here with this and then do a cross dissolve there like that. God dang it. Seen very few scenes, but I know there are many endings. Yeah. And then can we do another cross dissolve and then start this here, and then for each go back one frame, and then we'll go across, I think. No, Elena's a goober. Flint beak. Yeah, there you go. With that said, we're still actively working on Enshrined. I wanted to use this one. I feel like I don't use a blue traveler enough in these videos, so I want to use them a little bit more. So let's do another page curl, because this is a different subject a bit. But you need to go down here. And then I don't remember what the last transitions was. I need more page curls. I love having a mini refrigerator ice cream without leaving bed. Fuck yeah, brother. And then we could do, I think it's a cross dissolve. If I had to guess, I think it's a cross dissolve. But I'm gonna make sure that it is a cross dissolve. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. World building. And then a cross dissolve. We're still actively. Maybe this one here. Ooh. My legs are too warm now. Then I have to watch that one more time with it in the right position. Yeah, I think that's good. Boop. So let me just make sure that the whole video looks good. I think that works for me. I think that sounded good. Workspace. I just need to make the subtitles. Enshrine, create. Edwin Studios is making a world of mythic horror that will unravel the way you think of the world around you. Think of the world around you. And then I just want to make sure there's no two-worded lines. The world of Enshrined. With that said, we're still actively developing the world of Oh. Did that happen anywhere else? I don't think so. The world of Enshrined. With that said, we're still actively developing the world of Enshrined, which you can check out in our Discord and let us know any feedback or ideas that you might have. I think I like that more. And then I gotta do this and go Enshrined, and then this, and then create captions. Perfect. How many videos do you make like this? I make 2 videos a week like this for Enshrined, and then I do 5 videos a week on top of that for my own personal stuff. Alright, cool. I think I like that. Cool. 2, world building 1. It's this one. I remember. I gotta take off the extension or else it'll become a PNG. Render all. There we go. So I think that's like 7 videos a week. And then I have to do a devlog once a month. Never done a longer video, really. Well, I did once, but I didn't really like it. But this one I have to put a lot more pizzazz into it. So hopefully that'll go well. I literally said at least 3 times. Bruh, I can't even. If I'm honest, I can make videos. That's fine. I cannot for the life of me post on social media. Like all of my posts are just me going live, the videos that I make, my schedule, retweeting cool stuff. That's like it. That's all I can like weekly things, and that's like it. Like all I do is make videos. I can't post like normal brain content. I just don't have it in me. I try, but then I forget, and then I feel bad for forgetting, and then it's a whole cycle because I forget. And I'm really bad at, like, responding to things. Enshrined video edit is done. Okay. I should be having at least 3. Yeah, I think I should work to having at least 3 clips a stream. That's fair. I think it's, like, that's pressureful, though, because, like... Hold on, sorry. I realized you commented on this, and this was, like... exactly why, but it's hard because it's like for me, I don't have enough clips personally to do that, because I've like tried on my TikTok to do clips, but then like sometimes I get too in my head about it because like I want to be clippable, but then if I'm clippable, sometimes I kind of feel like I'm clip farming, which is like, why is this at 0? Why is this at 0? What happened? What happened? Is my video broken? Oh no. Was it just broken for me? Hold on, I have to check. I've been shadow banned on TikTok. Probably not, but like it kind of feels, sometimes it feels like that. Also, TikTok's been real funny. Bro, what do you mean it's not posted? Huh? Oh no. Oh no. What's wrong with the video? 5 hours ago. It's not on the mobile app. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh my god. And this was why I should check more often, but I don't because I trust that the social media will do the social media thing and then it doesn't and then I cry. Did it go out? Did it work on? See, this is why if the clips don't do well, that's me being me and I cry. Okay, this one worked. Instagram. What do you mean? Did it not get posted? Okay. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. Not now. Profile. Okay, this one worked. TikTok! I want to figure out a thing where it posts on all platforms. Well, do I have you? I think Big Nose Bugs use a different one that I used to use. What was it called? Post. Oops, sorry. Post on multiple platforms, social media at once. Buffer. Buffer's a really good one. A really good free one. This one's a really good free one that you can do for yourself. I personally use Metricool is also free. The only problem is you have to pay for being able to post on Twitter. But yeah, so a good free one is Buffer. The one I use that I pay for, but does have good free tools is Metricool. I like it a lot because it also shows the best time to post things. And apparently TikTok just fucking hates me today, which really, honestly, makes me sad. If I like the video, will my phone tell me that it exists? Wait a second. I've been on TikTok. Oh, there's like a schedule. Yeah, they both Buffer and Metrical both have like schedulers, but I like this one because it shows best times. Yeah, I have collections on here. Do I need to sign out and sign back in? What's happening? I mean, I guess I wouldn't be surprised if TikTok's a little weird because like it was taken by Oracle recently. So. Please. Yeah, it's just straight up bunked. Can I add it to my... I don't... Oh, I'm so sorry, Dead Son. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that this happened. Why? I mean, I could... No, because it would be mad at me if I didn't edit it. Okay, I'll try it this way then. Boop. Wonder if like reposting on my personal account would help. Please. Let me change the account. Shush. Shush. Invitation. Wow, what the fuck happened with my video? Did it like get... something happened to it? Analytics, posts. Under content review. Read me the story. You got it. 1 second. What do you mean it's under review? Oh my god. Okay, well hopefully this doesn't happen to future videos because I understand that when it uploads the video, all platforms will put content under review to make sure it doesn't break any TOS guidelines. But this literally is nothing. It's just a normal video, bro. Okay, whatever. Okay, I shall read a story from Tales from the Creep. Let's see. Is this long? Ooh, that's a long one. It's a creature feature? Ooh, this one's long. I wish I could tell which ones are long and which ones aren't terribly long, because I don't wanna read for like 3 hours, you know? Campfire Stories, Chapter 2, Chapter 3. Trapped and Afraid. Is this one long? No, this one's not. Okay. Let me turn down the music. Okay. Oh, this is a good song. Trapped and Afraid. Alex's shirt smelled like a forest trail. I couldn't resist taking a deep sniff. I mean, freshly laundered laundry just for him? What? Hold on. Alex's shirt smelled like a forest trail. I couldn't resist taking a deep sniff. I mean, freshly laundered laundry just for him? Girlfriend of the year, right? I grinned at myself in the mirror. I opened the closet to put away the clothes and practically squealed at the size of it. A walk-in? Oh my god. I'm going to girlify this place. My shoe collection will look so cute on the back wall. The closet was a mess, of course, but potential was everywhere. I love organizing, and if Alex lets me, I turn this chaos into my own manageable madness. I was just folding sweaters when something weird hit me. My gut was screaming, something was off. I peeked through the window, 5 guys. All in black, faces covered, moving around the yard. One maybe had a gun. A robbery! My heart jumped. No, maybe I was wrong. I blinked. 2 of them were gone. The other 3 were half up the driveway, signaling at each other like some scary shadow dance. Oh my god, what do I do? What do I do? The closet. Duh. Sorry, Alex. They can have whatever. I just need to hide. I squeezed into the tightest ball I could manage, pressing myself against a sliding shelf, the new home of my shoes if I managed to make it out alive. Boom, boom, boom. The door shook like it was alive. Are they trying to scare Alex? I hope they're just, like, burglars and not something worse. But if they catch me, ugh, I've seen movies. Bruh. This is very cheesy. Like the burger. Ugh, I've seen movies. I don't want to die here. I pressed my face into my knees, doing my best impression of a sweater. Every muscle frozen, every breath shallow. Someone's voice floated up the stairs, not yelling, just calm. Master bedroom. Oh my god, Alex's room. I feel like I have to read this a bit more valley. Footsteps, drawer sliding, a metal clink from the dresser, not tossing things, just checking. The closet door slid open, light spilled in, just enough to see the shoes, shelves, me. I didn't move, I didn't blink, I didn't exist. The guy stood there for a second, long enough for my lungs to burn, then looked past me like I was a coat, like I was nothing at all. He turned away, the door didn't close. I almost laughed, like actually laughed. I bit my lip, my body buzzing with relief. I did it. I hid. I'm really good at this. I've always been good at it. Good gracious. Voices drifted through the open door. Clear in here. Copy. Another upstairs. Someone downstairs talking about the kitchen. They were everywhere, surrounding the house, talking like they owned it. Hugged my knees tighter, smiling a little even though my cheeks were wet. I waited and waited. The house had gone quiet. My knees were stiff, hands tingly, my chest ready to explode. Adrenaline, definitely adrenaline. Slowly, I peeked over the shelves, then pushed myself out, one foot then the other. I stood, stretching like I just survived a roller coaster, and I hadn't even realized it. I swirled around the walk in shoes perfectly aligned, sweater still folded, everything untouched. I laughed quietly. I did it. I really did it. I'm amazing at this. But I didn't move to leave the room. Oh no. I crouched back near the shelf just in case. You never know. I took a deep breath. The panic ebbed, leaving a dizzy euphoria. I ran a hand through my hair, smiling at myself in the mirror. Yup, definitely girlfriend of the year material. POV, police POV. Team cleared the upstairs, bedroom, closet, and hallways. House all clear. The family may return. Subject remains unaccounted for. Units will maintain observation on site until further notice. Okay, the ending was kind of cool. I will say the deep sniff was odd. So it you know what? It makes more sense. I will say this where is it? Uh I hid. I'm really good at this. I've always been good at this. Like, it felt a little valley in my opinion, a valley girl, but like I guess now knowing like the police POV, it's a much more sinister being like I'm good at this. I've always been good at this. Um it's also freaky thinking like someone would hide in like your own closet, but it's pretty I like it. It was good. It's a good story. I survived a robbery. Girlfriend of the yeah, exactly. Like I'm like, what the fuck, brother? That's silly. That's silly. But I liked it nonetheless. It was cool. It was silly, but it was good. Can't believe my content is under review. This pisses me the fuck off. Hopefully it'll be okay later. Ugh, it makes my brain mad. TikTok, you better be not doing no bullshit to me. Oh, big man, so I'm confused. Was she a delusional? Yes. It very much was like a delusional stalker situation. where like she thought she was his girlfriend, but she's just an insane stalker. I forgot what I was doing. I am a little hungry though. I might go get a quick snack. I have leftovers from dinner yesterday. So I'm gonna, while this loads up, I'm gonna be right back and I'm gonna go grab that. So, be right back. I also had to wait because my cat decided to sit on my lap. My lap. A little kitty cat. Oh, these are all gonna be spam. These are all spam. Okay, cool. Oh, this is not available. Yeah, let's do these 3 today, like I've been doing. So let's do Did You Know first. Oops, sorry, that was I was squishing a stress ball. My cat is in such a tense ball. Relax. I'm not going anywhere. I just got up, so I'll be okay. Needed. Oh. There we go. Cha. Hi, Andrea. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Yeah, that's fine. Also, thank you for the wellness check. I thought that was a check-in. Halfway there. Halfway there. Just to be closer. 6%. How do we spell it? Let us. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, remute. My brain's forgetting things. Boop. Track down. Move track down. Down. Oh, yeah, there we go. Move track down. Cool. And then. Video editing. Did you know? Nipple time. Track up. Okay. I did. Oh fuck. Ah fuck. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Why is this like this? Oh, my cat's getting settled in. My cat's so cute. I get have little cuddles with my cat. Go back here. Okay. Okay, this is where I wanted the puppies video. Yep. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I can't just. Wait, what? Oh no. Oh no. Was it shift? Oh yeah, okay, there we go. Actually. Nibbles, loader of babies. Same video? Different video, but it's of kittens. So give me this one. Well, apparently humans can have what is known as supernumerary nipples. I don't know what I was gonna put there. Which... well, sucking all the nutrients out of your mama. What is the song? Shift 1, 2, 3. Ability, there is a time where you develop. You develop? Where you develop. It's known as an embryonic milk line. I don't know what I was gonna put. Oh wow, wow. Uh, boop. Fur. Um, it's known as. Maybe I do the other baby. That's also kind of scary, but okay. It doesn't move though. Wellness check. I just did a wellness check. I think maybe I should put in the unsettling fetus. I think it's unsettling fetus time. I fell asleep in my chair. Oh my god. You should go take an actual full nap if you're tired, Kiwi. I mean, you woke up in time for nipples. It's actually a relatively common occurrence. Yeah, go eat or nap. Or maybe you had a long enough nap, but roughly I want the speed to change on this. Oh, my cat, like... Gotta go. Thanks for all the fish. Fish? Well, thank you for stopping by, Dead Son. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I didn't realize I was so tired. Let's go. It's always time for nips. I didn't realize I was so tired. That's fair. For roughly 6% of pregnant women. What is this? This is a mama and her kitty baby. I'm gonna do this one. And more so in men. I need a video of a man. I have a video of a man. I don't think I have a video of just a guy. Okay, I'm gonna go find dinner and go eat. Sounds good. I just realized I have to close 50 tabs. That's a lot of tabs. I have so many tabs. Also, the one all achievement hunters has a VTuber. Really? That's cool. Do they like being a VTuber? Where you go asking? Right now, they can produce milk. Where's my milk video? Here's my milk video. But it varies from person to person. I think this one. Oops. I can't fit them both. Jeremy, the short bald one, he's using it because he got a hair transplant and it's healing. Oh, that's fair. Then it's probably not full anime, huh? I'm doing the research for most of the tabs. That's fair. Okay. The supernumerary nipple, which I wanted to add this. I wanted to add this image. Crop bottom. It's a full thing and he's a dragon boy? God damn. Shit. Damn. When are we gonna have a collab? Give me that collab. A baby. I don't know why I'm putting this baby in here, and also I need to split it in half. I guess we'll get a pregnant woman in up on this. Oh. Thank you, Kiwi. Are they streaming right now? I want to see it. Fuck, an ad. They are a full-ass anime VTuber, bro. Tuesday Night Among Us. Oh my god. Please. I just comment and they just said wet pussy. They're a whole-ass dragon boy. This model's name is Asher. It's like because dragons burn things and make things into ash. The way that the mouth moves is very interesting. It kind of stretches downward, which I didn't expect. But it's fun. I find it interesting that he's in the middle. But I like the model. The model's a nice model. I gotta do workspace. Playback. Time. Nope. Smart. Okay. Probs. He has a few superhero books too, so I don't know if he based it off one of those characters. That would make a lot of sense. I'm gonna do a crash zoom a little bit. Hey, Mom, have a good time. Good night. Good night. Have a lovely time. Mother's in her belly. In her belly. Embryonic milk line. It's time to whip it out. Embryonic milk line, yes. It was an approximation. And I gotta zoom it out. And hopefully I can keep the word milk line, but crop out the vagina part. Yeah, there we go. We can still keep the full diagram. Yippee. Pop wobble. Cross dissolve. Oh, you don't even see him pouring the milk. I wanted to show him pouring the milk. Bruh. There we go. Okay. I need a video to go here. Those are some man rays. Let me go to here. Man. Shocked. Videos. What the heck? Not the AI cat. Not the AI cat, please. Why? About Paxels. Is Paxels gonna shock me? Nope, this is not what I wanted. Shock. Man. Sorry, I like that one. Doopy doopy doo. Did you know? I just like it was kind of like a diss. I like his reaction. Those are some man marines. Up a little bit. And then I just want a man. Just need a man doing man things. Hey, Knox. Why is there a lot of guns in this? Men. We should look up men. Good job. Okay, hold on. Switch stuff back. Hold on. Good job. Good job, Nox. You finally did it. You finally did it. What you doing? I'm editing a video. I'm editing a video about nipples. Oh, hello, Zeke 1101 Hexgate. How's it going? How you doing? Welcome on in. I gotta wait for this to load. Alright, where's my boy Nox? Where's my boy Nox? Where are you, Nox? Yeah. There you are. Grubby. Congratulations on your grubby hat. I threw an apple at my brother. Da boy! Why did you throw an apple at your brother? Why would you throw an apple at your brother? Thank you for the fuck, why are my stream elements still broken? Hold on. Alerts hub. Twitch alerts. Refresh. I gotta redo it. He called me Gorlick the Destroyer. Fair. No, that's so fair. Just sibling things. I mean, hey, listen, if I had a brother and he also called me Gorlick the Destroyer, I would also fight his ass. Replay activity. There we go. There we go. Also, let me hide the fridge while I'm here. Because no one's in timeout anymore. And I'll move BLT. How else will he become the father of calculus? Why did you become the father of calculus? Do you want to be the father of calculus? This is why I have decided. Ow, ow, my brain. Ow, 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 ow. You know what? You know what? You keep bonking me like this, and I'm gonna say that you deserve to be called Gorlick the Destroyer. Ow, okay, you deserve to be called Gorlick the Destroyer. Ow, ow, ow. This is awfully hostile. I was on your side. What the actual fuck, Knuckles? I was on your side. Don't cry. You're the one that was like, I'm gonna bonk this lady cause she sided with me. Okay, well, I guess I'll accept it. What was that? What was that? Something happened on the other computer? Eh. Fuck. I didn't put the vitamins thing over here, goddammit. Okay. I was hoping that I wouldn't have to do this with my keyboard, but I do. Thank you for the wellness check. Okay, I forgive you. Okay, fine. Fine. It was fair. It's a fair thing. I'll say it's fair. What the fuck is my vitamins? Oh, I closed it. I forgot. There you go. All right. Okay, cool. And now I need one more video. I don't know if I changed my keyboard back. I didn't. Okay. A litter of puppies. Yeah. Wait, let's put this one here. Eek. Put that one here, and then we'll put this one here. I want to see the puppy. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Double fuck. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know if I want to do sound effects for this video. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, never mind. I do need sound effects. Okay. Meow. Yeah, give me this one. Just erase this. I need the Minecraft noise. The Minecraft. Where's the Minecraft one? Minecraft. No, there we go. Just make it lower. And then I need the pop noise to go here. Oops. Hey, Elena, are you interested in tarot? I am. I have a tarot set. I have a tarot set. It's a rose tarot set. Tarot set. Please don't roast me on how I say it. Okay, I have to render this because I can't tell if it's doing the thing I want it to do. Me, roast you, never. Fair? You don't normally. But there are people in this chat that will. And I won't hold it against them. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. God dang it. Forgot to turn this off. Perhaps toast and a toast me, as in toast. r/toast me. Fair. Replace. What they job? Place. Yeah. You can coddle the affection. You can amputate it once. And when we go, don't say much. Like roast me, but not. Yeah, that's what I felt like. That's what I felt. Maybe just a little light toasting. Kitty baby. Cash being adorable. Oh, your arm's already on my arm? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought it'd be more comfy. You're so cute. You're so cute. So sheepy. So sheepy. She's so sheepy. Alright. Watch the video. I think the word person is getting cut off too soon. Okay, there we go. That's better. Apparently all the games are destined to download slow today. Oh no. The gods were like, you may have one game. And then you're like, but I want another one. And they're like, well, don't get too ambitious now. I forgot to do the subtitles. Subtitle 1, default. Life I dropped. Dang it. Dropped. Wait, there we go. This one. Default create. It was dropped 50% more nips. Extra booba not needed. Well, you know how most mammals have multiple nipples? So yeah. As an embryonic milk line. I just gotta make sure none of these are like 2. And more so. Roughly 6% of women. Okay. They tortured me with the first one, and my reward for lasting a second punishment. Gods are cruel. Gods are cruel. Hi, Star. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Create. Oh my. Move track down. Move track down. I think that's fine. Just inner panicking. Lol, been working on that building thing because I thought the proof professor would want that first, but no, he wanted the interior first. I'm surprised they didn't tell you that. Did they not? Did I not put that in the rubric? Did I not tell you? My cat's holding my hand. It's very nice. So I gotta work on it to yourself before, and hopefully get it mostly done before Thursday. I believe in you. Do you have a lot of other things you gotta work on now? I don't really want to listen to the song. Sure. No, he didn't, because it's like 2 different classes I got back to. Damn. Damn. I believe in you. Just remember, you can reuse objects, break them down into simple shapes, and reuse them. Let's do V-stars next. Add track. Oop. Oops. There you go. I'm gonna make a few mirrors, chairs, table, lamps. You got this. I believe in you. You are one of the most talented peoples that I know. You got this. I believe. There we go. Manifesting success for you. Yes. Oh. It's still a little bit loud. And then this has got to be smaller. Is it possible? Oh, fuck. clips. Link clips. Retopolize the exterior anyways. How come? Wait, how come? For why? For why are they doing this to you? I like that more. What about that? That's better. That is much better link clips. This can go here. Timeline. Create. I believe in you though, Star. Oh my god! Thank you for the follow. I wish you all the most luck in all your racing, Mr. the radical racing guy. Best way to explain it is that the exterior is sharp with lots of boxiness to it, but the exterior is smooth and round. How I built the exterior is by making 2 boxes shaped with detailed stuff. So to get the interior smooth, I had to Oh, got it. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, you goob. Oops, shit. Oh no, okay, we're good. I don't think so. I gotta get. I hope that we can see you around here more often, Mr. the Racing Guy. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. I wouldn't be here without you. You're trapped now. Mm-hmm. I expect to see you here when you can make it. Whenever you can. Is the motto. Oh, but it spells Marul right. Yeah, okay. I am trapped forever. Trapped to enjoy the stream for the rest of your life. Hold my tail. Oh my god, it's like so much though. Okay, I'll just. Oh, I don't want to do any of that now. Actually, I could just do this. I just won't move. Need a gift that is like chat says thank you, and you're like, no, thank you back and forth. It's the Uno reverse card. and ever. That is how you spell that. Wow, it got L in the way it's spelled, but nothing. So I'm not here for the past hour, but I must depart. What is your stream schedule, if you don't mind me asking? Every weekday, 2 to 10, maybe earlier, PST time, because I live in PST time. So it's every Monday through Fridays, 2 to 10. Earlier if I'm tired. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I have a little peat on my peat. A little peat on my peat. We get good, cozy company, and then outside. I want to write stuff in the script, but at the same time, brain dead. Just take a break. It's awesome that you got that passion, that energy. More passion, more energy. But you should take a break. spelled bubblet wrong. Boop. Okay. I'm just gonna make this. Yeah, I probably should. Yeah, you should take a little break if you're, because like, you don't want to burn yourself out. So breaks are good. Okay, there we go. And then add a track, and then I'm gonna turn this off. And now it's time to add clips. Thank you, Momo. Keep the spelling mistake. It farms engagement. Oh, I do that sometimes. Bubblets, though, Bubblets is like a VTuber specific thing. So me spelling it wrong, I might just look like a dick who doesn't really want to look into it. But other times I allow myself like spelling errors if it doesn't, like, if it's like the word, like just normal words. Which video do I want? Let's do this one. 1, 2, 3. This lovely Marul VTuber. Link clips, remove. Wait. I did bad. I need the part where they're talking. Might drive me a little nuts that they're like, I think they like swap where they are dependent on the game. And that makes sense. But it'll drive me a little nuts for the close. Well, that's okay. Let's do it here. We're not the same. I have a present for your cat. A present for me and my cat. Me and my cat. For my little girl. What is? Oh, is that cat food? Oh my god. Oh my god. Moira, check out you cat food. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that so nice? Isn't that so nice? Isn't that so nice? She's sleeping. I'm gonna be completely honest. She is. Ignore the name. Luckily for you, I cannot look at the name because I am bound. I am bound by a cat in my lap. Oh, I didn't. I don't think I can with this one. It's fine. Actually, let's switch it then. Let's have this one be here. I want this one be here. Yeah, I like that more. And then 1, 2, 3. So be sure. I like this model a lot. It's very cute. From playing a variety of games. Okay, let's do. Now we can bring in like this one. Oh, maybe not this one. Let's do this one then. Apply and then scoot it over. 1. Oops. 1. Please. 3. Now just scrub through this. There we go. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. What is that? What is that little emote? Is that a cat drinking water out of a cup? It's very cute. I think I'm wrong. I think it's me saying chronically unserious. This one. They fall off at any point? Is that what this bit is about? No. Stuck in a cup. Uh-oh. Oh no! Not being stuck in a cup. Not being stuck in a cup. Can they unstuck? Or is the suction too strong? Clips. And then I will put this model in because I think it needs to be in here too. That'll be good today. I'll do the end bit because that has the most noise. Oh, this is so hard to do with only like one hand. And then hear me out, and I'll be with you still. Actually, you know what would help? Not having that be as tall as it is. There we go. There you go. Their TikTok. Their TikTok. Cross dissolve. Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me, dog. And by dog, I mean cat. My cat just like flipped her neck to give herself some lickies. So eepy. Hi, baby. Oh, big yawn. You want some scratches? She's, how you doing? Hi, Flame. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm just petting my cat. Because she's taking a nap in my lap. Even though she has a perfectly good warmer blanket next to me in my office. Kind of tired her, but okay. Oh, well, if you need, like, go take a nap. Well, today is a very eepy day for chat. Let me tell you what. So if you need to go take a nap, like, feel free to. Getting into things you shouldn't. Oh no. She'll love them regardless. 1, 2, 3. Good. Keep you good, cozy company. Oh, I do have to scroll down to know what this clip audio is, though. Please. Okay, here we go. Link clips, this one. Yeah, I think that's good for that. And then, because we're going to have a clip here. I just had a nap. Oh, was it a good nap? Was it a good nap? I hope it was a good nap. It was a fucking banging nap, bruh. I hope you woke up and was like, what fucking year is it? It was alright. I hope it at least was refreshing. Refreshing is better than not. I need another clip. I think I'll do this one. Link clips, remove. Thank you for the head pat. It's only like an hour and it was only half that. And it was only that half sleep you guys had, but it was alright. I'm glad it wasn't like the worst though. Because sometimes I have those and then I just end up feeling worse. Cool. clippies. More clippies. I did that one. Did I do this one? I did not do this one. Yippee. Holding clips. Hello? Sidonia Knights of... Okay. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. If the music will help. I was telling my therapist about how, like, we have the music redemption stuff and, like, how I really like it when you guys, share music with me. And she's like, oh, that's such a nice... She thought it was cool. She thought it was cool that we do that here. I don't know if I put this one here. I did not. Yahoo! I got enough clips. I'm so proud of myself for getting enough clips. Oh my goodness. Why are they, like, in a different position on this one? There you go. I need to charge my phone, plus should probably go to bed anyways. No problem. Hey, have a great night. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you. Today's such a sleepy day, understandably so, though. And I hope you all have, like, good night, moon. Hope you have a wonderful eat. Mwah. Tuck, 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 tuck. There, you are now tucked in, and I hope you sleep wonderfully well. Have a good one. Copyright free sounds. And we're gonna do bubble. Bubble. This is not... That is you. That is you. That is very accurate. Give for V-stars. Save. Pause. Let me place dish one. And I think I cut myself off a little bit. No, I didn't. Save. Okay. I now need to do this. I do bin. We're gonna do V-star text. Do subtitle 2. We're gonna do default, and we're gonna create phrases. I don't think so. Yep. And then we're gonna go here, and we're gonna go to default. I'm gonna scroll down and create captions. Okay. I did it wrong. Modify gen text. I just gotta redo it actually. V-star text. Yeah, there you go. Shading. Darker, the dark blue here. And then, okay, and then the outline will be the light blue they have. But I'm dumb, so no, that's not how that works. No, I didn't press OK. No. Okay, there you go. And now I put this back in here, and now I refresh. Kids with guns. I don't like the thing I did. 17. Oh, man. Oh, man, it doesn't. Please. Proximal bolt. Oh, man. Okay, I'm just gonna. Alright. There we go. Right, that looks right, yep. And then we go here, we're gonna go to gen text. And then default, subtitle 1. Gatekeep kill boss. Doesn't want all this lovely. And then cozy company. Good. You will be kept. Hold on, you'll be kept. You'll be kept. Okay, save. Oh, please. It's much harder to move my mouse with a little cat head on it, but that's okay. Create. Kill boss is the motto of this lovely mortal VTuber. I'm singing, playing a variety of games, and being chronically serious. It's good. Cozy company. The gremlin activities, of course. There we go. And then this one needs default. And create. It got stuck. It got stuck. Empty tracks. Cool. Boop. Browse. Forget. Add a render cube. Render all. My little kitty cat. My little baby. My blanket's still on. I don't want it to get cool with her on it. It is. Okay, good. Wait, let me make sure I spelled that right. Oh my god, wait, did I spell that right? I did. Oh, thank god. Okay, cool. And then the other VTuber is Hina. I don't think this will be. It was not bad actually. Save. And then this one, but I gotta make sure that the video did the thing I needed to. Okay, cool. It's really just the beginning that I was worried about. Text needs this. Oop. Positions moving out of the city and starting a farm. And then this one. I can't make you stay. Whoa. Your heart. But where's. And I know there's nothing I can say that change your part. To change that part. To change. I speak and I understand. Yeah. To keep on living. Okie dokie. Why didn't I hear that? Oh, it's because it's happening in the other ear. Got it. Okie dokie. And now I add the clips. Add track. Add track. To walk this world alone. Say, I'll be forgiven. You can say, can stop me going home. I'm not afraid to walk this world alone. You can say, can stop me going home. Let's see, put them here. Shift 1, 2. I see you lying next to me, with words I thought I'd never speak. Awake and unafraid. Sleep. next to me. Since I thought I'd never speak, weak and unafraid. People next to me. Awake and unafraid. Actually, it'd be this one I'm pumping. Wait. Afraid. There we go, and then. Why does this not match? Oops. Because this is why, bunk. Fantastic. Pog, artist. I think this one have same. So do this part and this part. Clips, and then we're gonna do. I don't think I did this one actually. So that one would have this one and clips. Oh my god, I can't. Please. I think that'll be fine actually. And what about this one? This one? This one actually. This one. Wait. Oh no, that was the right one. Wait, then I want this one here. Eh. Oh, please, Scoot. Thank you. And then let's make sure that. Did that happen like slowly? I thought. Is this not this one? Oh, it's like at the very beginning. Ah, I see. Clips. This one. I did that one. What's this one I want? Raise my tears. Might do this one instead. Yeah, that's better. And then this one. This one over here. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Apply. Light clips. And even road blanks. I don't know if we have a farming sim in here. I think I did this one already. No, yes, I did this one already. Let me go get more. I'm gonna go get more clips. Oh. Want them playing a farming sim. Take this one. This one works. And then we'll see if we need something else. See. Okay, this one goes with this one goes here. This one goes here, and then I remove it, and then, oops, do that. I'm gonna bring that in just a little bit. Take this one. Save. Quite like this model. Shift 1, 2. Yep. There you go. What else we get? What else we got going on here? It's loading. Open like a new tab. Guys, my arm is falling asleep. Guys, Moira's making my arm fall asleep. Shift 1, 2. Oh, little baby. Oh, okay. Move it. Yeah, come move the keyboard. Oh, my leg is falling asleep and my arm is falling asleep. I don't really have a choice right now. Like the way the wind blows at this point. Oh, sleepy baby. Oh, sleepy baby. You're so sleepy. Just get more sleepy if you're sleepy. Let me grab this one, and that'll be enough clips. Close. Oh, I still need to make a thing for tomorrow, but I'll do that in a second. Clips. And then I had the one where they like center focus. It's this one. Actually, no, this is the one where I defined acute. Yeah, a stinky toggle. That works for me. Clips. Oh, I think it's because this was too far in. This has to be shorter. Was once New Amsterdam. People just like it better that way. It back is Constantinople. Okay, cool. Old New York was once New Amsterdam. Change it, I can't say. People just like it better that way. Simple, that's Constantinople. No, I'm gone. It's Constantinople. Nobody's business but the church. Boop. Okay. Delete empty tracks. I think I have to bring the adjustment down a bit more. That works. As tonight we are victorious. Once again, making sure selling all their positions, moving out of the city, and starting for a house. Maybe in the head, but they're always prepared for a howling good time. But they're always and over their head, but they're okay. There we go. And a cute little TTS pet. Farm life was a bit easier than it is. My right side of my body's falling asleep. I don't know. Because I love this cuddle time. I feel so loved by a cat that probably is, like, just okay with me sometimes. But, like, half of my body is falling asleep. But she's being so cute. Look, she was, like, holding my hand just like that for a little while. It was very nice. Feel so loved.
So tormented.
Let's see if she leaves if I switch my legs, because I need to switch them. Are you going to sit back down or are you going to leave? Because now it's up to you. Probably after stream. Chai so sleepy. Half a chat went bed. Half a chat went bed. They're so sleepy today. It's too comfy. Not chaotic enough. Must raise hell, but do not have the soul to. Thanks for freeing me. Probably just be here vibing. We are victorious. I think that was the last video I need to edit for today, which is awesome. Save. That one goes there. Yes, it is. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna make sure that did what I needed it to do. No, it didn't. It didn't. Fuck. Why did it do that? It made both of them chalkboard strips. I only want one of them to be chalkboard strips. Why? V-highlight. Wouldn't you both become... Okay, I also remembered one other thing I have to do, which is fine. Track down, move track down. Move track down. Okay. Is it because they're linked? That is the wrong thing. Ah. Cool. I bet you $10. That means I did that to all the other ones too, but that's okay. Browse. Yes, add the render queue, render 1. And I will find out. Because I can check Dead Sun's video. It did. Okay, that's fine. Wonder if that video is still under review. Kind of seems like it. Yep. That's crazy. Okay. Oh. There. I will see what's going on. Oop. Alrighty. So you don't. Okay, cool. That's everything for work. Let me just make sure. Looking at my notebook. My notebook's upside down. Yeah, I think that's everything for work today. 2, 3. Now I just decide whether I want to draw for 2 hours. I think I want to play Mega Bonk for an hour, and then I'll do art. I think is my plan. Nani the fuck? Okay. That was weird. Okie dokie. Close this guy. Mega Bonk time. Play. Mega Bonk. Alright, we can do this now. I will do this though. We can take this down. Okay. Defeat the first stage is under 6 minutes. I feel like I could just do that by summoning the boss immediately. Let's look for a boss immediately. Let's go. I'm gonna look to pick up stuff after we find the boss. Okay, now we can look for stuff after we find the boss. That's right there. Sit down. Sit down. This one. Okay, now we just gotta steamroll upgrades. Crit damage. I found a fun demo for a roguelike next to my Dungeon Crawler. Tell me more. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. I've been a little too brave about this shit. Oh, fuck! Skull Horde? I feel like I've heard of that one. Skull Horde. That one looks interesting. Is it like this game? Is it where, like, you, like, gain abilities and stuff? Oh. I don't like that I got a new record with that as well. You know what? Do it tier 1. That's cool. That's cool. Did you like it? I'm presuming that you played it, or at least heard a good bit about it. Alright, where's this fucking box? This box. Want a banana? It's one. I might try it sometime. Demo's currently free. Oh, okay, I might try it out then. Kind of want to do some challenges in this one today, though, so maybe we'll try it tomorrow? Please. Please. I need the boss. Collab tomorrow? I do have a collab tomorrow, but it's not gonna be like a all-day collab, so. But yes, I do have a collab. We're gonna play a Weeful Company. Look at this one here. Extra jump evasion lifesteal. Does my what statue? Increase attack speed. It's gotta be over here then, right? It's gotta be. Gonna go bed now. Good night, Devouring! Thank you for hanging out with me today. I hope you have a wonderful night. Where is it? It's over there. I see those red swirly bits. Now's not the time for you. There's a chest now? Fuck. I have to go back for that chest. Way down here, fuck. It's really on like the edge of the map. Fuck me, bro. Ooh. Ow. Not for this. Ow. Okay, I gotta pay attention to those AoEs. Okay, I need to get a thing that does like range damage. I really want the pistol, but I'll take the banana ring if it's given to me. Attack speed. Refresh. Ow, ow, ow. Ow! Fuck! Rude. Run away, run away. Okay, works for me. More damage. Good damage. Oh, I died! No! I really want to beat the boss under 6 minutes. And go back to original color. Maybe that'll help. Probably not. We're gonna find out anyway. I think we also have to hope for like good RNG that the boss is just right near where we are. I think it's over there. I'm not sure where it could be. Maybe I'll just try to upgrade as I go. Taking everything. Grab everything. Ornaments, pretty good. Okay. Power up multiplier? Power multiplier increases the power of power-ups, effects, and durations. Sure. Okay, gotta keep going. Out was not looking. Come on out wherever you are. Lifesteal. Oh, I face tank that just a little bit. Damage. I did like 2 ranged though, like 2 like I don't know which 2 range for every 14 units moved. Moved? Oh. They turned into golden. This one. Don't worry, Rainer. You'll get the 8 out of 8 soon. Oh, the revolver! Let's fucking go! Oh! Oh! Okay, let's do that one. Okay, this is pretty good. We're with a pretty good stack up right now. Okay, and now we need to go look. Okay, now the biggest thing we need to do is upgrade the revolver and the fire staff. Shield. I don't know if it's over there. There's a duelist thing in there. The map is not saying where it is. It must be over there. Unless I've missed it. No, I don't think I have. Okay, well, there's a good few chests over here. Oh, fuck off, chunk ham. Crit damage. Fire staff. Ow. Fuck. Okay, you know what? That's... Oh, fine. Revolver. The portal's gotta be around here. Elite crit chance. Let me deal with that guy. Credit card. Oh, it's over there. It's over there. I smells it. Projectile speed tone. Quantity count. Swimmer coming. Perfect. Quantity tone. No. I don't know if knockback though only affects like melee though. I guess I should have checked that. Minutes. We're 4 minutes down. We gotta kill the guy in like 2 minutes, I think. 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, there it is. Projectile speed. We're almost at 100 for that, so I'll move down. Dokey. Okay, we're gonna go back in. Hello? No, not really. What's the difference? Tap bounces crit damage. Oh yeah. This one. Quantity tone. Just gotta keep fighting this guy. And then enemies will come to me. I just gotta be smart about maneuvering, hopefully. This one. Ow. Oh, fuck. I fucked up. Well, that might be a good thing, actually. Okay, I'm making good... I think I'm making good time. I'm gonna keep going around him to make sure I'm picking up all the XP and the range stuff. Staying close enough to him that he is my closest target. So I don't think I have smart on. Let's do fire staff. Okay, okay. I think we got this. I think we got this, chat. Let's fucking go. Yeah, beat the boss. I think I did it? I don't know if I did it. And now I have to run around the map as fast as I can. I think that's the challenge. You have to die to get it, though. Fucking this guy doesn't have anything good. Just stopwatch down there. I wonder if there was any other, like, caveats to it that I didn't read. Because that's entirely possible. 2, 6, 4. No, I feel like I did it, but maybe it was just a little bit too late. 147, crit chance, crit damage. Let's do this one. Oh my god, they're pushing me around already? Oh no, I got stuck on a tree. Aw, man. I was hoping that the stays... Oh, I actually don't know if I had that on this one. Tier 1 completed. Record. But does it say how? I don't think I got it. Items. Dragonfire. Whoa, let's go. Quest. Did it not do the thing? Oh, confirm challenges. Wait, not that one. In under 6 feet. Oh. Wait, in under... I thought that's what I did. The first stage boss in under 6 minutes. Did I not do that? Alright, we'll try it again. I thought that's what I did. Oh, shit. Did it spawn right here? I think it spawned right here. Let's go. Go, 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 go to it. Go to it. Let's get some hits on him. Ow, and he's gonna kick the shit out of me. And now we're gonna run the fuck away. Run. Ow. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Ow. You keep running, just keep running. I actually don't know if we're gonna do this one. This one's a little rough. Hey, big guy, can I hit you from up here? I can. A little pot shot for me. God damn it. God damn it. And that one's such a good one, too. I really wonder if it's in the first 6 minutes. It spawned near me again. Let's fucking go, dude. What is the play here? He's gonna curb stomp my ass with him. Yeah, with how close I have to be, just not the best, I think. Oh, there was a projectile count in there. There was another projectile count in there. Fuck me, dude. Okay, now I think maybe I can run around. Please. Shoots an arrow that pierces. I'll take anything. Am I hitting him? Evasion, size, knockback, size. Oh. Wow. Maybe it's time to leave. I'll just hope and pray that I can do this. Oh, Jesus, that hurt. I'm going back. You can't stop me. Oh my god. Revolver, let's fucking go, dude. Alright, please let this work. I died? No. Bro, that was an actual skill issue, bro. I'm crying on the inside. Alright. And it spawned me again right here next to it. Come on, dude. My idea has to work. I think there's an egg over there. Alright, I spawned him and I'm leaving. I have until the timer says 3 minutes, I think. Movement speed. Duration, jump movement speed. Maybe fast. Maybe I didn't kill him in six minutes in the last one. Maybe that's why. Maybe I was just a little bit off. Attack speed. Size. The A can fuck off for right now. I have other things I need to go do. Thank you. Have a great day. Revolver, let's go. Okay, alright. We're building. Oh my god, I'm hoping and praying. Oh. Please. Just gotta make a good line. Okay. Lightning staff, sword, size. Let's be bigger. And I'm hoping here for a damage toad. Can't open that one. Okay, there's things over here. I'm gonna go to these things. There's a magnet guy. I will gladly take this magnet just in case. Damage works for me. Oh, that was money. There's a bone guy with money. Refresh. We'll do HP regen then. Where's the bark boy? Where's Tree Man? Okay, there he is. I want to do a little bit of a drive-by. Ow! A little of a drive-by, sir. Oh my god. Okay, maybe if we start the strat now. Ow! Okay, maybe not yet. Ow, motherfucker! Cursed dog. Ow! Big bonk. Fire staff. Let's go. Same setup as last time. I died. I motherfucking died, dude. I died. What do you mean? I suck, bro. I just want to get this achievement. I literally care about none of the other achievements, I think. And this is just out here to hurt my feelings. Okay, I have a new idea for a build. We're gonna do fire walking, aura, and then put everything into the sword. Yeah, that's my plan. Okay. The thing is like literally over here. Flamewalker, perfect. Give me this. Excuse me. I didn't mean to activate that. What have I done? What have I done? Did I just cook myself? Oh, no. Bruh. Please, Maui Sachi, save me. Demonic. Ow. Fire staff, fire staff, fire staff, fire staff, fire staff. No, aura. Projectile speed tome sword. Really had to think about that part. Come on, please. Does this affect the boss? I think it did a little bit. Ow. Oh my god, I died again. Oh my god, I died again. No, I got this. I got this. Where are you, you motherfucker? This is time wasted. Look at all these chests, though. Gain shield. Go to the Maui statue. Aura, yes, yes, good, good, good. Use from nearby enemies. Yes, yes. Brass knuckles, good. Brass knuckles, good. All right, we gotta go this way. Excuse me. I'm looking to complete a challenge. You are in my way. Banana or damage tome. I don't know if that damage tome's coming back. I do kind of want the fire staff again, though, if I can. Or if I could get the new dragon's breath, that'd be kind of cool, I think. Crit chance. Silver game blonde. Let's do that one. Oh shit, okay. Okay, that actually works with a build I want to do. Please be this way. Otherwise I gotta go back across the map. Damage tome. I feel like I don't see the swirl, so I'm a little concerned about it not being this way. Thorns. Lifesteal. What do you have? Nothing great. Please tell me you're this way. I don't think it's this way. Oh, please be this way. Pretty please? Pretty please with the cherry on top. Could you be this way? No, okay, cool. I think I have 4 minutes left. So there's enough time. Make sure I'm still killing things. Of course, a stone golem spawns. We're gonna keep going. So we got places to be, bosses to kill, and he is not one of them. Hi, Zeke. Look at make. I got 2 electrics. banana ring. Give me the banana ring. I'll take the banana ring. We're doing banana ring this time. The boss is over here. Oh, you liar. This is the boss for right now. I need the boss of this tier. Let's see this be. No one ever views my streams? Well, did you tell your friends about it? I didn't know you went live. I didn't know that you stream. But you should tell your friends. That's how most people get viewers, is because their friends are watching. Oh, a swarm is perfect? No, you should tell your friends. Most streamers start out by telling their friends and their friends watch them. That's how I started out. I'm sure that's how a bunch of people start out. Damage. Ow, ow. I should have done one of the blue ones, I think. Banana ring, maybe. Only thing that matters is killing this guy. This one. Don't be sad. It's okay. Yeah, I've been streaming for 4 years, and I'm still only an affiliate. It's just how it be sometimes. Damage. Oh no, they kicked me. They kicked me so fucking hard, dude. I don't know what that was. It was the voodoo doll. Oh my god, I have to run the fuck away, bro. I played Jurassic World, the game, and I played during stream. That sounds fun. Did you have fun playing? Oh my god. Where's this guy? Come here, down here. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh, holy cow. Oh my god, I almost died. Okay, hold on. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock the fuck in. I died! Fuck! Hey, Big Jiggling. What's up, Big Jiggling? What's up? I'm not mad about you. I'm mad about the fact that I died. Fuck! Why didn't I lock in? I think I could have had that. Just a heads up, but you may also want to work on branding if you have time. Giving more info and aesthetic, the more people get to know your vibe. Yeah, that's true. Why that bonkers? A lot of bonkers today. Fuck, bro. We do it again. The shield. Shield's not bad. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Big Jiggling, thank you for gifting it to your sub to Sunakin. I really appreciate it. Hold on. Let me put your name on a special thing. Put your name on a special thing. Thank you. Big underscore jiggling. Thank you. And now I gotta do this. Sorry, I burped. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Huh? And then you gifted. It's a thing. I have sub charms that I put people's names on. And then I just show it off in the background. It's just a cool thing that I do. Little fun little thing. Gotta make a straight line. Bro, I can't believe I fucked up that run.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
That's pretty nice. Hope you're having a good day, though. Thank you for stopping in. I hope you can enjoy me playing this game. Well, I mauled because I could have had that, bro. I could have had that. I could have had it, and I feel like I can do it again. Only if I do it well. That's not... I shouldn't have grabbed that yet. Maybe that world is too big to just do a straight line down the center. Is it this one? I'm making bad time. Can I have ice cream? Of course you can have ice cream. As long as you don't hurt your tummy eating too much ice cream. Have ice cream. What game looks cool? This is Mega Bonk. It's a really fun game. It's kind of like if you've ever played Vampire Survivors, it's kind of like that but in 3D. It's pretty fun. Oh, but I don't know where the boss portal is. Norman, thank you for the videos. Oh my god, you guys started a hype train. Thank you. I really appreciate it. A lovely jubbly day. You guys always make my day lovely jubbly. I'm going the wrong way. Going the wrong way. Frick. What will you learn? That my actions will have consequences. Size. Yo, what's up, Ghost? How you doing? Hype training. Yeah, I'm hype training. Oh, fuck. I need that speed. There's the banana ring. God damn it. Okay, go. We must go. I feel like I didn't pick it up. I feel like we're healing and we're not. This doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right. More gear. Is it down here? I swear to God, if it's like up against the wall. I think I see. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Holy shit. Holy shit. Big Jiggling, thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. So much for the 5 community gifted subs. Gifted to. Hold on. This is more important. Gifted to Art Womble, Rainer BR, Oso Soviecto, Raspose, and Ghost. Wow, the sub now. Wow. Wow, you do. Guys, if you are here in chat, please say thank you to Big Jiggling for the sub. It's what help keeps my lights on and food on the table. So I appreciate it very big much. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the emotes I've been graciously given. Two bosses at once. Big Jiggling, if I win, it's all because of you. It's all because of you. But listen, if I win, it's all because of you, buddy. Oh, please, I wanted that chest. Look at that little dance. But thank you. I appreciate you guys so fucking much. Like, you guys have no idea. And I understand that it's a bit of a hard time for me to explain how thankful I am because I'm in a bit of a cluster. Ow, fuck. But, like, know that I love you guys so fucking much. And you're the reason why I wake up in the morning. I have spawned both? What do you mean you spawned them both? Then why would you do this? I'm trying to kill the big bark in 6 minutes. This is not time for the extra boss. Flame Walker. We're doing a strat here. Ow, fuck me and my nothing. Okay, I killed the one guy and I now need to get a chest. And now I'm gonna do attack speed. Oh my god, am I gonna get cucked? Okay, no, I'm not. Okay, give me a little bit of speed. A swarm is incoming. Big Jiggling, did you do this? Did you spawn this swarm upon me? I mean, great. It's like kind of awesome. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god, Retraced Ruin. Oh my god, thank you so much for the 6 community gifted subs. To the people. Oh my god, what is happening? Is gifting? It also says Canadian has subscribed. Canadian? I don't know what's happening. But thank you for gifting subs to Dragon, Oh Hi, Dog Sweater Monthly, Scissors Rune, Rug Sauce, oh, and Hungry Canadian and Ian Oliver. Thank you. Thank you. If you're here in chat, yes, please say thank you to the wonderful people that are giving subs because literally wouldn't be here without you guys. Literally, you guys are my lifeline. Ow, my brain. Okay, I can't be mad at the bonkus because literally you're keeping my lights on, so I can't be mad. Thank you, Retracted Ruin, for the follow. I deem, if I can win this, I deem it to you guys. If I lose, that's just how it be. I cannot move my shramp. I cannot move the shramp in this current moment. I apologize. Whoa, deeply and severely. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Retractor Druid, thank you! Thank you for giving the sub to Big Jiggling! Now Big Jiggling can have emotes too! If I keep my head up, you guys can see me. This is not really optimal for what I'm doing right now, but that's not really the point. Damaged home. I don't know if I can kill him in 6 minutes. I think 6 minutes, I have 50 seconds to kill him in 6 minutes, I think. I don't know if this is gonna work out, chat. I don't know if this is gonna work out. I'm gonna try, though. I just don't think I'm strong enough. I'm gonna keep trying. You know me. I try real hard. Oh my god, Norman, thank you. Oh my god, Dragon, thank you for gifting us up to Norman. Oh my goodness, thank you. And Norman, thank you for saying thank you. Oh my goodness, what is happening today? Oh my god, 20 seconds. No! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my, no, I died! Oh! He had 400 health! Ah! That... No! Dude, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. I'm a crazy little guy with my little mustache. Oh my god, what do you mean I died? He had 400 health. I had it, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Darn Shrimp Scampy. It's a darn tootin' shame. It's a darn tootin' shame. I gotta do it again. I gotta win. Oh my god. I was gonna do art this stream, but for in the sake of the sub, I gotta fucking finish this challenge. I feel like it would be double scrimp. It was double scrimp for a second. Cool down. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god! Pixels, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Monohunt WoW gave me a huge performance boost. Yippee! Also, Pixels, thank you for gifting us up to Havoc, Rowan Jin, Louis Fox, Wisconsin Bear, and Sweet Angel Wings. If any of you, again, are in chat, please say thank you for your lovely gifted subs. And I'm gonna get this. Don't you worry, chat. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. Wait, can I just stay a shrimp the rest of the time? Cancel? Okay, good. Okay, because, like, I'm working hard or hardly work. Fuck. Where is... Oh, my God. We're gonna do art, but now in the name of the subs, I feel like I have to complete this. Oh, it's over there. I see the red. I see the red. Dude, I fucking almost had it last time. I'm so angry. Fuck. I gotta show the subs that I can do it. I may not be great at video games, but I can fucking do it. Where is it? Where is it? Is that it? Oh, wait, this is it. Let's go. Okay, now I run the fuck away. I should just look up if it's the first 6 minutes or within 6 minutes. Oh, you dirty motherfucker. You dirty motherfucker. Glasses. I don't know what those glasses do. Refresh. Lifesteal. Give it. Oh, I can't believe I fucked up the last run. It's okay. I got this, guys. Don't. Oh, this dirty, crits have 25% chance to jump higher. Let's do this one. Ow. Okay, I'm leaving. I gotta leave. Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem that in like 2 seconds. Oh! Okay. Stop it, please. Stop it, please. Oh my god, the skeleton touched me. I died again. Okay. So, in the name of holy shit, holy shit, Batman. I just realized we're at a do you see that over? Hold on. I don't know if you see that, chat, but in the chat, I'm not gonna flip around. You're just gonna have to think. In the chat, we got a level 5 fucking hype train. My goodness gracious. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. Well, I guess I'm streaming this game until I can speedrun with 6 minutes and 20 seconds. That's what happened. That's what happened. That's what happens. Okay, hold on. Oh my god, I have to write down more sub people name. Pixels is already in here. I think Pixels already has both. Oh my god, retracted! Retracted, you retract that wall. You put that shit back in your fucking pocket, my guy. What are you doing? What is happening? Thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub to Black Tommy B. Not it's me, Spider, and Gidget the awkward goblin. It's retraced. It's Goob. I thought I said that. Retract. Retraced. You're right. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Retraced. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a little illiterate, and you keep giving me subs. I'm so sorry. Blows you up. I'm so sorry. Retracted their subs. Retract. Stop. Stop. You're making me feel illiterate. Please. Please. Please, Dragon OHII3. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. Holy shit. Holy shit. Blows up pancakes with mind. Why pancakes? Whittaway. I am Whittaway. Oh shit, I fucking forgot to look up the thing. Feel you are. Feel. Vex. Mega bonk. Is it the first 6 seconds or 6 seconds? Minutes? Minutes or within 6 minutes? Not the pancakes. It's okay. We can make more. Nobody is it the highest ever, but rather you must serve in the mega bonk. Is it kill? Is it kill the? Is it? Do you have to kill the boss? Did I read it wrong? Did I read it wrong? I shit. Fuck, hold on. Unless I'm thinking of it wrong. Hold on. I thought you could only blow up pineapples with your mind. No, you can blow up anything you want. Beat the first stage boss in under 6 minutes. How is it? How do we manage to kill the boss? Honestly, I did on a one where I spawned near the boss. I just spawned him right away, and he's really low max health. And okay, yeah, okay. So it is how I think it is. Okay. That means I can't stop playing this game until we do this. All right, where's that boss? Where the boss? Where the boss? Fuck off! Fuck off! Holy shit! A level 6 hype train. God damn, chat, y'all be flexing on me for real. It's okay. Oh, damage tome? Damage, let's go. Where is this boss? Where is he? Where are you? This game is a lot of fun. I'm glad that we're making a video on it, honestly. Beefy ring increase. Okay, that means we have to become really... Okay, beefy ring means that we have to put a lot into health. So we should get a health tome, I think. I think we have that, where it, like, adds to your health. Hopefully. Reflect any incoming back to the attacker in game. Ooh! Okay. This is a pretty good run so far. I'm not seeing the thing though. I don't think it's that way. Yeah, actually that's perfect. Damage tome. Rainer! Paying it forward by gifting a tier 1 sub to Yaneri. I think, is that who I think it is? That's my friend from Callwaggy. I went to Callwag with them. They're an amazing artist. You should check them out if you haven't. They're actually really cool. They're really cool. Thank you. Oh my god, it's not down there. If I go down there, I'm not coming back out. Oh, I wish it flew me the other way. I must move quickly. Oh my god, Norman! You guys, put your wallets away. Put your wallets away, chat. I'm banning wallets. Make a wallet noise. Wallet. Thank you so much for giving a sub to Gemini. Gemini, if you're here, please say thank you. You may not be here because I think you're very ahead of me in terms of time, but I still appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, we got emote. We got a new emote. Thanks to the hype train. Open. Oh my god, is that what you got? I like yours. Wait, I like the little the I am clap guy. I got the little raccoon, but I like that. It's fun. Choo choo. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Now we can. Oh yeah, new badge. Look at you, a new badge. Yeah. Let's do the aura one. I don't know where this boss thing is, guys. Must be that way. Oh shit. I think I just gotta hope and pray at this point. Look. Choo choo, motherfucker. Until March. Is that because you want to give me subs on my birthday? You should wait till we debut in May though, because I have to wait till May. Yeah, shoot me this. Yes. Unfortunately, I know. I hyped up March. But unfortunately, we have to wait till May because of some complications. So I apologize. Son of a bitch! Get away from me! Get away from me! Act like you aren't gonna do a birthday subathon? But listen, I don't want to do a birthday subathon because if I do a birthday subathon, people aren't gonna have money for the debut. I was gonna have people hold on to their money until the debut. I've severely fucked. I've severely fucked up. I am very hurt. For a chance. Okay, we gotta leave. I wanted to continue it. That's fair. I appreciate you very, very much. Oh, I gotta leave. I haven't even found the boss town yet. That's like months apart. It's only 2 though. I always give people like 3, like 2, but still. But like that's what I do with like, so that like, okay, listen. The reason why I wanted to do it in March is because that's like the beginning of the year, right? And then like, right, it's like Q1. And then Q2, which is like spring, summer. No, Q3 is summer. Wait, hold on. I'm fucking up my days here. What I'm saying is I only have 2 subathons. Or two, okay, wait. No. I have 3 events that span like multiple quarters. And we do 1 event. Oh shit, it spawned right here. Okay. We do 1 event. Ha, you got it with chicken butt. What the heck is that emo? It's a bull butt emo. So butt emo. Okay, so like so there's quarters. There's a Q. Don't judge me. 2, Q3, and then Q4 is like winter. So this is summer. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Like for a little bit. So like the booty big. Heckin' dumpers. Yeah. So so this is winter. This is summer. This is spring. Wait, no, this is wrong. This is winter, spring, summer, and then fall. Okay. And in fall, we do a donathon. We do a donate. We do a charity live stream. We do a charity live stream in fall. And then we also try to do a charity live stream in summer. And then I usually do my birthday, which is here. So we can't be having another one in between here. Because then how are people gonna save their money? That's my problem. That's my problem. I was just gonna hang out on my birthday, you know? So this, oh, I went around it. See, and now you got me all turned around, wasting seconds on getting this portal, which is right here that I'm very blind. Is the music quiet? I think I made the music too quiet. Fuck! Frame 1. Increase evasion, XP. Okay. Someone to come. Okay, that's like my math about it. If that math it doesn't make sense, you can tell me. But I don't know if that'll change anything. Oh my god. Please. Oh my god, bruh. More bananas, please. I think that math makes sense. I think, you know, I can't be... Oh, fuck me, dude. I'm getting my shit kicked in. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Twitch really do be all over the place with emote tolerance. A little bit. Bruh. That was just bad RNG, I feel like. Or maybe I was a little distracting. You know, it could be either or. But yeah, like what was it? I think it was Gabby who had one where she was kind of like petting her mascot. But she called it... Oh, wait, what are those emotes called, though? Because I think it goes by name. I don't think it goes by, like, what it is. It just does it by name. Like, even though the emote for, like, Gabby's was pretty tame, it still didn't let her because she called it Jorkin. She called it Jorkin. So I think it might go by name, if I had to guess. Where is the bonus? There it is. This way. Attack speed. Okay, I just gotta be competent this time. You know, we come down from the hype a little bit. I'm still very, very, very thankful, of course, and we're not gonna stop playing until I beat this. But you know, we're gonna lock in a little bit here, okay? All right, now I just gotta go get stuff. He is here. Getting some armor would be pretty cool. Okay, crit chance. Okay, I feel like I took so much more damage. Maincoow locking in. I'm trying. I'm very much trying because I really wanna know what the skin is for this. Please, that was so rude. Okay, he's probably not gonna do another one by the time I'm here. Aura, let's do aura. I like aura a lot. We're gonna do movement speed. And now we're gonna leave. We're gonna see if that guy's selling anything good. Actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We don't have enough money. Evasion tome, precision tome, size tome. Key. Cool. I'm gonna go to this charge beacon. Wouldn't mind a swarm, to be honest, now that I have aura, but let's do shield. Hi Suna. Thank you for thanking Big Jiggling for the oh ow for the gifted sub. How'd my fave cow go? I'm pretty good. I'm a shrimp right now because I need the hard carapace of a shrimp. I think that's a carapace technically. Of a shrimp to get through these really tough times. Okay, okay, you gotta be kidding me. That was a terrible time to do that, but that's okay. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my gosh. I've just been so lost in Arknight's Enfield. It's been fun. The most important part is that it's fun. I can't see. Oh my god, okay. Ooh. Please! Bruh. At least it was just my shield. At least it was just my shield that he broke. Really gotta get more powerful. Oh my god. I feel like it's a little mean. Cause I can't outrun that. That's not exactly my fault. Okay, good. Swarm. I can take a swarm. Swarm would be pretty good right now, actually. Rare. Okay, there was the fire staff that maybe I should have taken. Jesus Christ. Give me more of that life steal, baby. Alright, we gotta run around a little bit more. We need more stuff. Okay, okay, hold on though. But does the swarm ever stop coming though? Because I realized that the swarm is very big and on my asshole. It's very fun, just a lot like factory stuff. That's fair. That's fair. And then, like I said, at the end of the day, the important part is that you're having. Well, also look at this swarm. This swarm does not look like it's ending, my guy. Oh please, a nuke! Give it. Oh. Oh. I really want the banana ring. Do size. Okay, he's dead. Perfect. Awesome. 10 out of fucking 10. Please stop with the roots. If you could stop with the roots, that would be heckin' awesome. You know what? Fuck it. We're getting the chunkers. Give me the chunkers. I think I want that blue skeleton. Come here, blue skeleton. Let's do this one. We need to start doing more damage. Where is he? He's in a tree. Come over here. Oh, you motherfucking fuck you. A lot of bone guys here. Oh, there's a chest. And a nuke. Let's go. Really wish I had a magnet right about now. That would be pretty sick. Oh shit. Okay, I don't know if I'll make this. Hopefully. Demonic blade. I just gotta stay on him at this point. Come on. I don't know if I made it because now it's at 4 minutes. Okay, I killed him. I don't think that was enough though. I think I didn't do enough damage to him fast enough. Which is a little rude in my opinion because I feel like that was really close. I actually don't know. I don't think it'll tell me till I finish. I don't know if that's how that works, though. Okay, now I gotta go find, like, a magnet. Is there a magnet over there? There is a magnet over there. I used the nuke twice. This magnet should give me a good few level ups. Please get off my asshole, please. Thank you. Sword. Oh, was that it? Aww. Well, they were giving me more, considering I used the nuke twice. But maybe it's because they were in close proximity. I actually sucked them more than I thought I did. They don't have a lot of damage. I'm doing a lot of good crits though. Good crit build. I don't know what these guys drop. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. Did I do it? Please tell me I did it. Please. Please. I don't think I did. No, I did not. Can I look at that? Can I look at the... I don't think it'll tell me on that one. 6:11. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. It can't go lower than 4 minutes. It can't go lower than 4 minutes. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. Now we know that it can't go lower than 4 minutes. That's all, you know? That's fine and dandy. Where did we spawn? We spawned over here. Do I see that guy anywhere around? I don't think so. So I think I gotta go like in a U. I think we'll go in a U shape. I think it's time to go in a U shape. Okay, let's do aura. Let's get aura early. There's a Maui statue down there. Yeah. We'll go this way. Damage. Increase damage by 10% on that one. We gotta snowball, you know? We gotta snowball this damage. Don't have enough for that. Okay, we can go a little bit further from the edge. Aura's been very, very nice for us. I think we should keep that one. I don't think that's it. Okay. Yeah, that's not it. Okay. He had a chest. Oh, he couldn't have died like over here. We'll do jumps. Jumps wouldn't be bad. What the fuck? Oh, I thought I touched it. Sword. Okay. I'm gonna get a few things off of these guys. Attraction tome, fire staff. We'll do the fire staff this time. Size. Okay, so it's not over here, so it's gotta be somewhere over here. I didn't want to do that, but that's fine. Gotta go this way. Quantity projectile. Let's do quantity for the... Yeah, we have the fire staff. Oh, okay. We're nearby. Where is it? It's up here. It's a bit there. Okay, cool. Okay, Borgir. That guy just went up that tree. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. So we can get a little damage off on him. Okay, now we gotta leave. Now we gotta leave. That was almost a little spicy. Okay. Swarm would be really cool. 7% projectile speed. Let's do that one. Oh, ow. I wasn't looking. Damage. Hello, Chunkham. Oh, you bitch. Oh, you dirty son of a bitch. Get away from me, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me. Oh! Ow, 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 ow. Projectile count, let's go. Alright. Let's go back. Oh god. Ow, oh my god, I need board gear. I need the board gear. Please, I need board gear. Oh, Chunkham died. I don't know how Chunkham died, but Chunkham is dead. Let's fucking go. Board gear. No board gears back here. We need that chest. We need that chest. I think we can start staying close to him. We just have to be super duper careful. Okay, we have 2 minutes. So I think it's... Oh, you bitch. Swarm is good. Swarm is good. Fire staff. Swarm is really good right now. Oh, fuck. Size. Okay, alright, alright, alright. We're doing decent damage. Fuck. Oh, that nuke. Oh, fuck. Give me that nuke, please. Give me that nuke, please. Okay. We have to be so fucking careful right now, chat. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. We need these burgers. Wait, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Holy fuck, I'm gonna do it. Oh! What's up, bitch? Suck on this fucking shrimp dong. Let's go. I did it. I did it. I did it, Chad. I did it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the headpad. Thank you for the applause. I did it. I did it. Yippee. Yeah, alright. Now I get to fuck around and find out, huh? Let's see if we can get another challenge out of the way, shall we? Dude, that's actually really fun. Trying to beat that boss in under 5 minutes is actually really fun. Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem that in 2 seconds. As I try and heal. Mirror, let's go. I really don't think these guys... Oh, well, no, they do drop stuff. Fire stand. I'm so happy that we did it. Oh. This might be the end of me. I don't think we're surviving 6 minutes. Okay. I did it, though. I did it. That was hard. Tomes. I got a new tome. Beat the sage boss in under 5 curse tome. Plus difficulty. Difficulty increases enemy quantity, health, speed, and strength. Only gamers? Why would you pick that one, my guy? What the fuck? That's crazy. Gamer goggles. Increase damage to the lower your HP is. Chat, I'm locking in? Bro! That's amazing. I love that item. That's it. Oh, look at all these hats. It does nothing, but it's pretty cool. Okay, that's pretty fucking sweet. I'm so happy. I'm so happy we did that. And we got the gamer goggles, guys. Come on. Okay, what does this skin look like? If this skin is sad, I'm gonna be sad. Not enough. Oh, I'm 2 silver on. Oh, I forgot you have to use silver. Why? Bro, this one's not even that cool. Man, the darker one was cooler than this. Man. I feel duped. I feel a little duped right now. I am gonna be honest. I feel a little duped. No one make me would feel better if they put me in the game. I'm kidding. Alright. Alright, now we're on easy mode because I did it because these are not happening. These are not happening. Okay. I feel much more accomplished. I'll play the... I want to play a new guy. Let's play Clank. Confirm. I'll do one more, and then I'm probably gonna do some doodling. I'm so happy that we did it. I was a little worried there for a second. But we did it. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew. Damaged home. I think this guy... How should we... I don't know how to build this guy yet. He's already got ranged. And he has shield. He already has a passive shield. I wouldn't mind, like... the chunky sphere, I think, and then banana would kind of be fun, I think. Plus 28 HP regen. Pick up brain. Crit chance. This guy's got a crit chance thing, I think. I think every level he gains, like, crit, I think is his thing. I'd also like to know what the egg thing is about, I think. And if we see Bushman, I might do Bushman this run. Maybe. I'm kind of sad Kiwi wasn't here to see us get that 5 minute. But it's okay. We'll probably get 5 minute on other people. Let's do crit damage. Because that will be damage up overall if we hit the crit anyway. This guy's got a good amount of shield on him, actually. A ball there. I wonder how close I made it to 5 minutes on the last one. I didn't look. Or I don't remember. I was too excited. I'm so curious now. Banana! Yes, banana. Oh my god, I need something that's like really close though. Because now we have two things that'll affect projectiles, but we don't have anything that'll affect like me being close to them. I honestly think... Ooh, big bonk, let's go. It should be, I feel like when you're doing a build for these guys, or at least how I feel about it, you should do 2 of whatever primary ranges that they have. So like, if they have like melee, you should do 2 melees. If you have, or if you, if you're doing melee, you should do 2 melees. If you have range, you should do 2 range, and then 1 of like the opposite. I think that's pretty good, because they're like well-rounded them. Oh! I bonked him. I did not already find the... Oh, but he's like right over here, I think. He's right down here. Fuck it, we spawn him. It would have been funny if we got the cool goggles. Money. Ooh, that was kind of a bad idea. It's a little bit of a bad idea. I'll take water. Water's been so good to us, man. They're gonna give it to me. I'm gonna take it. I feel like Clank would know how to do the hokey pokey. You know, I'm glad they named him Clank instead of something else. Because they totally could have. Oh, there's the egg. I don't know what this egg is all about. Oh. Went in the same direction, which is good, I guess. Oh, ow. Oh, fuck. Swarm incoming. I have to deal with frog. What do you mean? I can't deal with that frog. There's a frog over here, though. think. Yeah, there he is. Let's do more damage. Come here, little froggy. I have to capture you for some reason. Oh, he just fell all the way down. Okay. Oh, there he is. Damaged home. With a nuke port? Okay, will it work? But where's the other frog? The frog's over that way. I don't mind taking my time on this one, if I'm honest. Revolver! I honestly just want to figure out what this frog stuff's about. I think I only have one more frog that I gotta do. Banana ring legendary, bruh. Come back, little froggy. Where'd he go? This way. Oh, there he is. Need that frog to come back. Aim me towards that frog. I got it. Find the frogs on the forest stage 1 green frog. Well, they look a little ugly. But I got it. I'm trying to find bush guy now. I doubt it. It's always like if I don't find them on the way to the boss, I'm probably not gonna find them ever. I feel like. Aura. Huh. I'm gonna stand at those 2 charge statues. Ow, not the way I wanted to go. My bad. My motherfucking bad. Put a beard on juice. Oh, fuck me in a basket, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. Size. Extra jump. I'm so jumpy now. Oh, there was another one there I didn't notice. Hello, sir. Have you seen the Bushman? I could maybe find him. Got 3 minutes. Ice cube. 20% chance of inflicting ice damage when hitting enemies. Ice can now freeze enemies. Not bad. There's a swarm incoming. That's not what I need. I don't need a swarm right now. Ow. I need the bush guy. I wonder if it's possible that he doesn't spawn on a map. Let's see. He's like rather small, and like he kind of sticks out because he's a bit more saturated than the ground, but like I don't know how if he stands out that well. Whatever we do, we just can't look behind us. I'm a little curious. Ooh. Oh, it's not that bad, I think. Wait, does freezing time freeze time, like, the time, like, overall? Where'd it go? No, it doesn't. It makes... Oh, he dropped the chest. Oh, where could he be? Another chest over there. So I wonder if there's an identifier for him. Maybe, maybe not. I feel feel like I would have seen him by now. I feel like now that I'm looking for him, you know, it's just not the way the world works. No, he's statue over there. No, it's not. It's a cultist statue. There's ogres in these parks, chat. I don't know. I'm not seeing it. Man, it's like the one time that I want to fight him. He's not here. And I only have 30 seconds left. Which is mildly annoying. I feel like I could take him. Feel like nothing was real until I met you. And I really get you, Bob. Oh, Bob. How's it going, Bob? Okay, well, yeah, whatever about the final swarm, but I really wanted to find the bush guy. Is there any, like, marker for him? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know if he's on this map. I'm gonna fight the boss. Hey, boss mans. Let's do this one. Yo. Thank you. Revolver. Aura. Revolver. I feel like I could just stand here now. Pretty good. The chest. Oh, give me the chest. I'm gonna head to bed. Good night. Good night, Norman. Thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate you so much for hanging out. I hope you have a lovely dream. I hope you have lovely dreams. Oh, fuck. I missed the chest because I did that. Oh my god, they're gonna kill me. I just realized how low my health is. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. That, you know, that's fair. I think at the end of the day, that's fair. Oh, I got a green frog hat. Oh. You earn this trust and friendship. He's fucking dead. Can I equip hats? I wonder if you can equip hats. How hats work in this? Cool. Exit. Yep. Alright, now we're gonna do art for 30 minutes. I forgot I did that. Oh, what did the playlist change to? Chaotic Neutral Dream SMP night, Tuesday night. I forgot to do the thing. I forgot to make a thumbnail for tomorrow. Oops. Let me close to you. There you go. No family borders. Eyes never open. All right. I think I should change my color a little bit. The more I look at it, I'll do that in a second. Background. I don't have Lethal Company in here. Lethal Company. Boop. Oh, there's no borders. Very red. I can tell that your dreaming eyes never open. Let's see, we got Teeny, Zoe, and then the gang. Copy image. Can be now. Let's see, where's Teeny? I had Teeny in here at one point. Okay, there's Zoe. There's Zoe. And where's Teeny? Did I accidentally stack him in somebody? I might have. 'Cause this is... Yeah, this is Mimesis. Mimesis. Where is Teeny? Is he in here? No. Huh. Okay, well, let's grab the thing then. Oh, I did make him a fish. That would explain a lot. I don't know. Did I ask for PNG in here? Copy image. And then I'll just grab this one. TNS Teeny. I'll just do this one. Export. This one. Yep. Save, close. Oh, I should have done that too. That's okay. Fried potatoes. Okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, we're gonna keep that. But I wanna fix up this. I think this needs to be like this, maybe. Like that or like this? Nope, definitely this way. But then I need to do the body. Which I thought I did. I thought I had a layer for the body. Maybe I didn't. Okay, and then grab a new color. Then I gotta make this full screen. And then, no, actually, no, I don't. No, I don't. I need... Okay. Okay. And then here's where the bun sits. How do you draw a bun? Feel like you should draw it like this. Right? You got the size of it. And then you can... It goes into the center. Yeah. And then... Let's see. Be like that. Mm-hmm. Boop. And then... Let me scoot it over just like a little. This way. I don't know if that's my cat or not, actually. Oh. For nothing at all. All for nothing at all. I don't know how I want to do that side. Maybe I was right in doing it this over here. And then doing a little bit of like... Actually, you know what? Let's undo this. And also bring this up a bit more. Oh, I like this song. I haven't listened to this song since I was in middle school, though. And the way you're talking. Okay, but there's no use crying. Good night, surprise you have left for my eyes. Sticks and stones gonna break my bones. Care my lungs. Oops. Oh, that's fine. It's gonna be a little bit more faded. So this would go, this could go like that. I don't know if I like that though. It's like music to my... Okay, we still wanted to do the long hair though. Like music to my... We're just records. Okay, and then... Oops. I would maybe want to make the bun bigger. There we go. Oops. The cyanide surprise you have left from my eyes. don't know how I feel about that right now, so I will not do that. I might take this piece though. Yeah, I might do that instead. And then they can have the hair. But I think this should come up a little bit more to match the other side. I think that works. Yes. And then I think we want to keep the braid. But if we're keeping the braid, then it's gonna like peak here. I'm gonna make this a bit smaller. That way I can still have this. Maybe make it even smaller, maybe. Yeah, I feel like I like that size more. There we go. I think I like that for the hair. I might fancy this. Okie dokie. I quite like that. And then let's do a new color for the clothing, which I'd like to try a bit more of this like librarian style. So, kind of move my mic back. Let's see, like this. And then how do I do a collar? I think like this, and then excuse me, sorry. I didn't mean to sneeze in everybody's faces. To be fair, I really just sneezed in my own tits, but yeah. Still, I'm sorry. Your eyes will be erasing some. Like a little more sweater weather. Maybe. Yasumi, oh, Yasumi, Yasumi, oh, Yasumi, that is all to do. I don't need that part. think this should actually come here. Let me get this pink. And then could use the quill as a chopstick, and then messier hair, galaxy texture like chowder. Leaned, I'm going to make a shapeshift, so blanket, accessory, or hoodies. I should use a different color. Use brown. Let's see, it would start higher, I think. And then like that, maybe. Yeah, and like this. Just to be close your eyes and yeah, and then duplicate it. Should we close your eyes and should we what it's hard to do. Okay. Oh, and then hold on, I have an idea. Just like a little vest, maybe. Oh, I'm trying to think of what those outfits are like. Boop boop. And galaxy buttons. They can all be different. I might do 2 big buttons. And the bottom one's bigger. And then he can have a little pocket. And then good to see you again before I'm there to meet you. Oops. Let me make this one more open. Oops. Just wanted this top bit. I had to see you. It's a little off, but actually, let me fix it. I feel like I made this like too small. Yes. Let me warp it a little. There you go. I think I like that a bit more. Then we gotta get the ears. Living boy and me alone together. I'd rather be easy, be nice to a boy like him. Oop, freehand. Could be pretty sweet. Savory time. To leave you compromising on the light. Let's see. Oh, that would be there. Maybe they. Bad weather. But easy being nice to. Let's duplicate and then flip it and then move this one here. That's pretty damn cute. Okie dokie. That's actually perfect timing, honestly. I am going to end stream here, and I'm gonna go work on this offline. I'm gonna make a more cleaned up sketch. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're gonna go raid somebody who I don't know yet. Okie dokie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who we gonna raid? I think we're gonna go raid Dead Son, cause he was in here earlier. So oh shit, fuck, god damn it, god damn it, god damn it. It was fun. I'm glad you guys had fun, cause I had a lot of fun. So we're gonna go raid. Thank you for hanging out with me. I will see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna do a little bit of work. We're gonna do a little bit of collab. We're gonna have a lot of fun though, and I'm excited. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you again for all the subs, the raids, hanging out with me. It means a fuck ton to me. I love you so much. Have a wonderful night. Here is the raid message. He just got a raid. This is kind of rude because I was about to raid him. But anywho, have a great night, guys. I love you guys so fucking much, and thank you again. I mean, I don't know what else to say other than I love you. So good night.